And here it is, we go again. Roll up, ladies and gentlemen. One man went to mow. Here it is, we go again. Here I am again. Hope you're there with me. The session has commenced and your company is required. That thing that happens twice a day. The first installment already fulfilled. The second installment being fulfilled now. So I am fulfilling all my righteousness to you. So you fulfill your righteousness to the platform. Gather, come join. One man went to mow. The eagle has landed.
Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior.
Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 all the men will do. They were singing out, holy, 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 all the men will do. This another Savior. Holy, 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 all the men will do. This another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. And he's leading the Biafrans to victory. In your Madika, Yabika Kokwanam Noa. Hey, Anamekele Maduche Mefo. Manemo, it's an honor having you on board. When I'm singing along, holy, 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 Nandekano, it's another Savior. Gonna sing along, holy, 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 Nandekano, it's another Savior. When I sing along, holy, 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 it's another Savior. Getting moving right and getting moving faster now. Holy, 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 it's another Savior. Holy, holy, getting moving right and moving faster. Yeah, for freedom. It's another Savior. Yeah, for freedom. Holy, 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 Nandekano, it's another Savior.
Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior.
Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 all the men will do. It's another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 all the men will do. It's another Savior. Holy, 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 all the men will do. It's another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. In your Madika, Yabika Kokwanam Noa. Hey, Anamekele Maduche Mefo.
And there, pardon me, and there it is right there. Holy, holy. Holy, holy, as guys, I bring you this. 2023, Wike in talks with APC may dump PDP. So we touched on this story in the earlier session, but it's still this, one of the stories that is dominating the political landscape. So almost there's something to this, but does it follow through to the end is the question. Wike often priding himself of being a one-party man, insisting that he has never left the PDP through through famine and feast since the moment he joined. So through famine and feast, he's always been with the party, but has the party been with him through famine and feast? Is the question. Wike has thoughts otherwise. Sense of betrayal, we all know. 2023, Wike in talks with APC may dump PDP. So we revisit that story because we did not fully tackle it in the earlier session. Still with the All Matters 2023. 2023, they speak only for themselves. Coalition berates Southern leaders, drums support for Okowa. So I'm not quite sure what this actually means. So is this a pro Peter Obi narrative or an anti-Peter Obi narrative? The reading of it will give us a clearer picture, but the headline does hint in a particular direction. 2023, they speak only for themselves. Coalition berates Southern leaders, drum support for Okowa. So why the Southern leaders have been berated? Who is doing the berating? And why the support for Okowa to the detriment of whom? All of that to be found out shortly. I will solve Nigeria's power problem if elected, Peter Obi. So that's Peter Obi now bringing us the gifts, the goodies that he has brought back from Egypt to now cure once and for all the greatest affliction that ails the Nigerian space, electricity, of course. I will solve Nigeria's power problem if elected, a headline attributed to Peter Obi. So quite how he intends to do that, we'll find out shortly. So this we'll find out shortly as well. And this is the precursor to Wike considering moving them from PDP to APC. Why Atiku rejected Wike as running mate? So this now, the final nail in Wike's coffin, some people might say, within the PDP journey. So this might well be the bus stop where he chose to depart. Why Atiku rejected Wike as running mate? So we find out what reasons they have, and we see if that marries up with the reason that we've already concluded that he just did not want somebody of Wike's stubbornness and all that to be his vice. So we find out that all about that shortly. This we'll find out shortly as well. APC supporters storm airport to receive Tinubu. So skirmishes in that airport storming to the point that vehicles were destroyed, etc. So when they say supporters, how much supporting were they? Because it was somewhat rancorous, according to the reports that we are getting. Almost even hoodlums, they're saying, attacked the space. APC supporters storm Lagos airport to receive Tinubu. So the veracity of that, we'll test it shortly. 2023, Kwankwaso will not deputize Obi. This is NNPC, and not NNPC, but it's NNPP, but easy enough mistake to make. So this is NNPP saying, but then of course, anybody that sits outside of just the romance that's not being consumed by the narrative that that surrounds the Obi campaign, you would pause to consider why Kwankwaso would want to deputize to Obi. And a lot of people are not convinced that he would subordinate himself to Obi's ambition. And it looks as though now his party are saying that he will categorically not. At least from the headline, you can reach to conclude that 2023, Kwankwaso will not deputize Obi. NNPP making that headline. So quite what's birthed that, we'll find out shortly. So now this is a story that we have been tracking, and we want to follow it to its natural conclusion. Ahmed Lawan, INEC urged to reject candidates not produced by party primaries. So quite how people can just randomly pick a name and submit it for balloting for an elective post is beyond me. It is only within the northern parts of Nigeria that can be considered a thing to do. It's only a character like Abdullahi Adamu that would even give any thought to that as a possibility. He tried it once and he got embarrassed, but then he shamelessly tries it again with the same subject. Ahmed Lawan, INEC urged to reject candidates not produced by party primaries. It's quite a thing that INEC will even have to be urged to reject candidates not produced by party primaries. What other form then is a candidate produced other than by the party? So a candidate not produced by the party presented by the party. So this is essentially what is going on within APC Adamu style. So that's the menu. Lean back, kick back, take it easy, relax into it. It's going to be a robust and an involved session. It never is never short of that. So I say that with that confidence that it will be. So click on the like button, as we often say. Click on subscribe, of course. You know that it's the thing to do. Make sure you so click on like and click on subscribe. And then I'm going to post this hyperlink in the comment section. If you want to come and join me on the screen to discuss any of these talking points that I've highlighted, click on this hyperlink that I'm posting in the comment section now, and then that will bring you into a studio space. And as soon as I finish reading out the talking points, then I'll let you onto the screen and then engage you in a conversation around the talking points. So the like button, you must click on that as a matter of must. If you are not already subscribed, then you must be subscribed. But at your discretion, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard if you feel like joining me on the screen to discuss any or all of these topics that I've highlighted. So as we set about the click-ins, let me provide a little bit of a musical backdrop to those click-ins. Get your glasses ready or your calabash. We join the Kega.
Water, only water, where they see ma. Water, Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́dí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Chifu Faila ti kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìle o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìle o. Petrosoname ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìle o. Petrosodunke ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dìle o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Iku Koniru Agweshe, the Kegite, may death have nothing to do with us. Iku Koniru Agweshe, as guys, I bring you this. 2023, Wike in talks with APC may dump PDP. Governor of Rivers State, Yemson Wike, may be leaving the People's Democratic Party PDP anytime soon, recent developments have indicated. Wike, who lost the presidential primaries of the party and also missed out on becoming its 2023 vice presidential candidate, has been quiet and is said to have established talks with the ruling All Progressives Congress APC. On Saturday, Ebonyi State Governor David Umahi arrived in Port Harcourt and met with Wike on what he called a friendly and brotherly visit at 9 p.m. This visit makes it Umahi's first meeting with Wike after the former dumped the PDP for APC following an alleged dissatisfaction with the party. Wike and Umahi both contested the primaries of their respective parties. However, the Rivers governor is regarded, let me take that entirely all over again. I don't quite like the flow of that. Governor of Rivers State, Yemsim Wike, may be leaving the People's Democratic Party, PDP, anytime soon, recent developments have indicated. Wike, who lost the presidential primaries of the party and also missed out on becoming its 2023 vice presidential candidate, has been very quiet and is said to have established talks with the ruling All Progressives Congress, APC. On Saturday, Ebonyi State Governor Dave Umahi arrived in Port Harcourt and met with Wike on what he called a friendly and brotherly visit at 9 p.m. This visit makes it Umahi's first meeting with Wike after the former dumped the PDP for the APC following an alleged dissatisfaction with the party. Wike and Umahi both contested the primaries of their respective parties. However, the Rivers State governor is regarded as a victim of intense power play and gang up by vociferous forces within his party after he was denied the vice presidential candidacy despite being the party's favorite. He had been endorsed by the screening committee of the party, but was passed over for Governor Ifeanyi Okowa of Delta State. This development reportedly left him very unhappy. He accused PDP's southern governors of betraying the power shift arrangement. A South-South coordinator of the Tinubu support group, Mr. Gabriel Abijah, in a recent interview, revealed that Wike will soon join the APC. As we speak, Wike will soon be a member of APC. We are working on the issue and I cannot disclose our modality. He is our brother and we love him. If Wike moves to the APC, political pundits predict that the PDP may lose the South-South as Rivers State is responsible for almost 2 million votes. So there it is right there. So it's a toss of a coin, by the way, if Wike leaves. You can see all of the reasons that Wike would leave. And it will come as no surprise if Wike does leave. Because what holds him in that party? What loyalty should he have to that party that have shown him no loyalty? He was set to win their presidential ticket, did all that of it. He put up such a strong performance that it was almost a shoe-in for him to get the vice presidential slot nomination. He was short shrifted again. So every opportunity they stab him in the back. So one opportunity then should he not take that then to stab them in the back? But the counter argument is that this guy has always prided himself as being a one-party man. So he has always been for the party, but the question is, has the party always been for him? Are decisions to be made by Yemson Wike, and it will come as no surprise to me if he does decide to jettison the PDP and jump ship to the APC. Why Atiku rejected Wike as running mate? So this might well be this is the precursor to what just came before. So maybe that should have been in the other way around. Then maybe it should have been sequenced the other way around. More facts have emerged on why the presidential candidate of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, Atiku Abubakar, rejected the recommendation of Rivers State Governor Yemson Wike as his running mate for the 2023 election. Mr. Atiku on Thursday presented Delta State Governor Ifeanyi Okowa as his vice presidential pick, 18 days after the former vice president won the presidential primary of the party in Abuja for the second consecutive time. Mr. Wike, who came second in the primary, was one of 3 governors recommended by an ad hoc committee of the PDP to Mr. Atiku for his consideration as his running mate. The others are Mr. Okowa and Akwa Ibom State Governor Udom Emmanuel. However, Atiku told senior party leaders that he could not work with Wike aside from describing him as a direct opponent, the candidate said Wike does not like him, citing how he almost thwarted his nomination in 2018 at the party's national convention in Port Harcourt. Wike at that time had supported Sokoto State Governor Aminu Tambuwal, who eventually returned second in the primary on that occasion. Ironically, Mr. Tambuwal's withdrawal and endorsement of Mr. Atiku just before voting started at the Abuja convention of the party on May the 29th were pivotal to Mr. Atiku defeating Mr. Wike with 371 votes to 323. After the convention, Mr. Atiku paid a visit to Mr. Wike in his residence in Abuja, during which the governor promised the candidate and the PDP his full support for the general elections. According to a party insider, Atiku was horrified after Wike returned to Port Harcourt and was publicly attacking his colleague governors for supporting Atiku at the primary. Mr. Atiku also believed that Mr. Wike's fallout with the former national chairman of the party, Uche Secondos, who was subsequently removed from the position last year, was due to the governor's perception that Mr. Secondos had become too close to Atiku. According to the source, many party elders and leaders feared that picking Mr. Wike would tear the party apart instead of unifying it, saying many of his colleague governors in the South and Southeast do not like his ways. Our leaders acknowledged the role Wike played in ensuring the survival of the party during its trying moments, but they do not like his boastful ways and the way he always threatens the party and party leaders to have his way every time. They believe that such a combative and garrulous person cannot be suitable for the role of vice president, and that is the reason many party leaders were against Wike, the source said. Following the strong run of Mr. Wike in the primary, in which he drew the support of delegates from across the country, his supporters and many party leaders urged Mr. Atiku to pick him as his running mate to unify the party for the February 25th, 2023 presidential election. Mr. Atiku was said to have promised to consider Okowa for nomination as his running mate to get the vote of Delta State delegates in the primary. However, after the campaign for Mr. Wike to be included on the ticket began to grow in the party, Mr. Atiku offered the Rivers State governor or his nominee the Petroleum Ministry portfolio if he wins the election, but the governor rejected the offer to avert a repeat of the accusation that he unilaterally picked Peter Obi as his running mate for the 2019 election. Mr. Atiku decided to involve the party leadership in the nomination. After consultations between the candidate and the party's National Working Committee, Board of Trustees, and state governors, the party set up a 17-member committee to recommend candidates for the slot. Although there were reports between Tuesday and Wednesday that the committee overwhelmingly voted to recommend Wike, correspondents gathered that it only recommended the three governors for the slot. Mr. Atiku had arranged to meet Mr. Wike Thursday morning to personally inform him of his decision, but apparently, on realizing that Mr. Okowa was the choice, the governor flew out of Abuja on the eve of the meeting. It is not known whether Atiku and Mr. Wike have spoken with each other since then, but the governor has not made a public statement on the nomination of the running mate by his party's presidential candidate. So there's only so much that a person can take. And I, for one, I would not hold any grudges against Wike if he decides to pack it in. Maybe not go to the APC, maybe go to some fringe party, maybe go and join Peter Obi in Labour, or maybe go to SDP. But certainly, I would not hold any grudges against him if he left that party. Still with All Matters Presidential 2023, they speak only for themselves. Coalition berates Southern leaders, drums support for Okowa. The Nigerian Youth Union, NYU, and other youth organizations in Nigeria weekend chided the Southern and Middle Belt the Nigerian Youth Union NYU and other youth organizations in Nigeria weekend chided the Southern and Middle Belt Leaders Forum over rejection of nomination of Governor Ifeanyi Okowa as the running mate of Atiku Abubakar, the presidential candidate of the People's Democratic Party PDP in the forthcoming 2023 general elections. This is even as the group averred that Dr. Ifeanyi Okowa is the most qualified for the position of Vice President of PDP, seeing his legislative and executive experiences. You would recall a statement signed by leaders of 4 groups, which include Chief Edwin Clark for the Southern and Middle Belt Leaders Forum and the Pan Niger Delta Forum, Chief Ayo Adebanjo, leader of Afenifere, Dr. Bitrus, the President General, Middle Belt, etc., and Professor George Obiazo, the President General Ohaneze Indigo. The elder statesman described as unspeakable and quite disappointing that Governor Ifeanyi Okowa, who is currently chairman of the South-South Governors Forum and a native of Owa Elero in Ika North Northeast local government area, one of the Igbo-speaking areas of Delta State, would exhibit such barefaced unreliability to accept the position of Vice President. Reacting during a press conference in Abuja, the president of NYU, Chinonso Obasi, who spoke on behalf of other youth organizations, described the statement by the Southern leaders as an outburst, stating that they speak only for themselves. The press conference was organized by NYU, National Association of Nigerian Students, Zone F and B, Odua Youth Parliament, African Students Education Support Initiative cases, North Youth Initiative for Good Governance in Abuja. Obasi, whilst reaffirming support for Dr. Okowa's vice presidential nomination, threatened that he would uncover the sponsors of those bankrolling or verbal attacks from Southern leaders. According to him, our attention at the Nigerian Youth Union has been drawn to a recent outburst by the Southern and Middle Belt leaders on the choice of Dr. Ifeanyi Okowa of Delta State as the vice presidential candidate of the PDP in the forthcoming 2023 election. In the outburst contained in the press statement, the regional leaders described Dr. Okowa as a betrayer and a traitor, but in actual sense, they are the betrayers who are interested in pushing their interest, tagging it to the position of the region. For us at the NYU, Dr. Okowa is the most qualified candidate for the position of presidential candidate of PDP. He was appointed because he has the legislative and executive experiences, great educational qualifications, and other administrative and governance experiences required to run the office of the vice president. The choice of the PDP leaders is right, and they won't regret it, as predicted by the regional leaders in the statement they released on Friday. Lately, we have observed these regional speakers speak only for themselves and target as the position of their region, whilst in actual sense, they are expressing their personal opinion simply because things did not go their way. It has become a trend by this set of leaders to attack people of high profile with betrayal. They are self-serving leaders. Apart from press statements, how do Ohaneze, Pandef, and the rest interact with the major constituents of South Nigeria? So, okay, I think it's just a couple more paragraphs. Pardon me. Aside from their outburst on Dr. Okowa, elder statesman Edwin Clark and his cohorts have unleashed a verbal attack on other great Nigerians. We have uncovered the sponsors of these unwarranted attacks, and they are people who do not wish Nigeria well. He further warned the southern regional leaders to desist from heating up the polity particularly the recent plan to cause distraction and confusion in PDP, which is preparing to rescue Nigeria from the hands of the APC government that have succeeded in achieving one thing in the last 7 years, which is more pain and hardship on the country. He advised the PDP flag bearers to reach out to Nigerians with their policies and program designed to restore the lost glory and battered image of the country. So that is now it looks as though battle lines have now been drawn within that space. Okowa supporters versus others, really. So, but Okowa supporters versus whom is really the question, because there's a lot within that. There's some to agree with and a lot to disagree with within this commentary by this organization. So these groups, these so-called Pandevs, Afeniferis, or Hanezes, who exactly do they speak for? And whose temperature do they sample before they make these commentaries? Because this is usually just the will and want of just no more than 3 to 5 people who straddle some organization and purport to speak to the interest of a whole region of people or a whole ethnicity. I'm not quite sure that Ohaneze or Afenifere test the temperature of their individual lands before they speak to what that region wants. So a lot of that wrapped in what this commentary is all about, but a lot of this commentary is also a vested interest commentary that favors Okowa. Doesn't really, it's okay, but it's not exceptional. So quite why Okowa is in play is a question that continues to divide the PDP space from the PDP, not to the APC, but to and others, because that is still where Labour Party falls within the Nigerian political paradigm. APC, PDP, and others. So Labour Party is still within and others, but wanting to break through to be a standalone entity of their own. Let me have a sip of water. But wanting to break through to be a standalone entity on their own. Championing that charge, of course, Peter Obi. I will solve Nigeria's power problem if elected, Peter Obi, the Anambra guy. The presidential candidate of the Labour Party, Mr. Peter Obi, has said that he will solve Nigeria's power problem in 5 years if elected into office in 2023. Obi said this whilst being interviewed by ace journalist Rufai Oseni on Voice of the People FM in Lagos. Mr. Obi, who just returned from a 3-day visit to Egypt to understudy the Egyptian power sector, said his trip was fundamental to understanding how the Egyptian government improved on their power generation and implement same in Nigeria if elected. Obi also said that if elected, he will revamp, he will remove, not revamp. Obi also said if elected, he will remove petroleum subsidy, calling it a fraud. So it says, see the full interview below. So I think this is actually a clip of it. So I may well just copy this over and then play it. Let me see. Hold on. Let me just see if I can grab it. So so Rufai, you have we'll borrow this from you, Rufai, just for a moment, just so we can reflect on it. It's a 1 hour long session, so we may just take snippets of it, not the full diet, because Peter Obi, a diet best consumed in small dosages, I would suggest. So there he is. Solve the electricity problem within 5 years. I think we've heard that story before. It was 6 months that Fashola told us in 2014, isn't it? So it's been 7 years now, and it's still same old. But Fashola is not Peter Obi, so that's the counter narrative. APC supporters storm Lagos airport to receive Tinubu. So let's just see. This is a bit of a nonsense, I suspect. Thousands of All Progressive Congress APC supporters and leaders on Sunday stormed the presidential wing of the Muritala Mohammed International Airport Ikeja to welcome Senator Bola Tinubu, the party's presidential candidate. News Agency of Nigeria reports that Tinubu, a former governor of Lagos State, is returning to his home state for the first time after he clinched the APC presidential ticket. Tinubu defeated 13 other aspirants, including Vice President Yemi Osinbajo, to clinch the APC ticket for the 2023 presidential election. Tinubu, one of the national leaders of the ruling party, polled 1,271 votes to defeat his closest rival, former Minister of Transportation Rotimi Amechi, who got 316 votes at the party's special national convention held from the 6th of June to the 8th of June in Abuja. Meanwhile, thousands of APC loyalists trooped out and gathered in various groups in and around the airport to receive their leader. Some of the personalities waiting to receive the former governor at the airport were Governor Hope Uzodinma of Imo State, Lagos Deputy Governor Dr. Obafemi Hamzat, Party Chairman of APC Lagos State, Pastor Cornelius Ojelabi, former Minister of Defense, Senator Musiliu Obanikoro, party leaders, blah, blah. So the Lagos functionaries, essentially. So I'm not quite sure if there's anything to that, but they were saying that hoodlums actually stoned this guy when he was coming through. The supporters were seen displaying the unique colors of their heritage of Lagos, such as your masquerade and other masquerades, amongst others. Meanwhile, Tinubu had, after winning the presidential ticket, paid visits to most of the aspirants who contested against him at the primary election to solicit their support in his quest to succeed Muhammad Buhari. So that's just the rest is just a blah, blah, blah. So from the blah, blah, blah to more serious matters, 2023, Kwakwanso will not deputize Obi. This is NMPP speaking. The new Nigeria People's Party, NMPP, has dispelled claims that its presidential candidate, Rabiu Kwakwanso, has accepted to deputize the presidential candidate of the Labour Party, Peter Obi, in the 2023 general elections. Senator Kwakwanso and Obi have been conversing on how to form a coalition to dislodge the All Progressives Congress APC and People's Democratic Party PDP. National Publicity Secretary of NNPP, Dr. Ogbomejo, who was reacting to a newspaper publication described the report as false and figment of the reporter's imagination. In a statement yesterday, Agbo said, the attention of the new Nigeria People's Party NMPP has been drawn to a newspaper report titled NNPP/Labour Alliance Kwakwanso Can Deputize Obi, published on Sunday the 19th June. So that's actually today. Published on, actually I saw this story earlier. I wanted to bring it, but I forgot. So it's just as well that I did not. Published on Sunday, the 19th June 2022, and dismisses it as false and figment of the reporter's imagination. NMPP has never at any time said its esteemed presidential candidate, His Excellency Engineer Dr. They do so love appellations. They love titles in Nigeria. His Excellency, is that not enough for anybody? No. Engineer, is that not enough for anybody? No. Doctor. So this is it. Where does it? What about the chief and the Mala and the Malam? His Excellency Engineer Dr. Rabiu Musa Kwakwanso could ask. Also, let me take that again because I interrupted it somewhat with just that befuddlement with the nonsensity. In a statement yesterday, Agbo said the attention of the new Nigeria People's Party NMPP has been drawn to a newspaper report titled NMPP-LP Alliance Kwakwanso Can Deputize Obi, published on Sunday the 19th June 2022, and dismisses it as false and figment of the writer's imagination. NNPP has never at any time said its esteemed presidential candidate, His Excellency Engineer Dr. Rabiu Musa Kwakwanso, could accept to be Labour Party Peter Obi's deputy. The report is misleading and embarrassing to our great party. Its presidential candidate, Kwakwanso, and millions of supporters in Nigeria and in diaspora, and urges journalists to cross-check their reports before publishing them to avoid national disaffection ahead of the crucial 2023 general election. As a mass movement, NNPP acknowledged alliance talks with Labour Party that would consolidate and boost the nation's frail democracy as we collectively strive for a new Nigeria, which the party champions. The newspaper correctly stated in its report, asked to verify the proposed alliance, Major said talks are still ongoing and he wouldn't want to speculate. If the party's national publicity secretary, Dr. Agomajor, had said talks were ongoing and he would not want to speculate, how did the newspaper arrive at Kwakwanso can deputize Obi? NNPP has high regards for journalists as the watchdog of the nation and major stakeholders in Nigeria's democratic process, and urges them to always cross-check their reports before publishing them in tandem with the ethics of their profession. Together, we shall build a strong, viral, progressive, and egalitarian democratic society. So there it is right there, a categorical shutdown of that narrative. So let me bring you this last readout and then we see who, if anybody, is available to take it on. Ahmed Lawan, INEC urged to reject candidates not produced by party primaries. A political pressure group, Abuja School of Political Thought, has urged INEC to reject the names of candidates from political parties that did not take part in their primaries. In a statement on Sunday, the director of the group, Sam Amadi, said that accepting names of candidates that did not pass through the process of primaries for the formal nomination was tantamount to fraud. Nigeria must get it right in 2023, and INEC has a major role to play in this process, beginning with ensuring that those duly elected by delegates and witnessed by INEC are accepted as candidates, Mr. Amadi said. Mr. Amadi said the group was alarmed at the effort of some politicians and party leaders to undermine the provision of the Electoral Act as regards submission of nominated candidates to INEC. It is being reported that some high-profile politicians who did not win INEC-monitored primaries of their parties are being submitted by their party leaders in clear violation of the provisions of the electoral law. If the winners of the duly conducted primaries have refused to give up their tickets, notwithstanding, the party should not be allowed to forcefully replace them. The group was reacting to INEC's acceptance of Senate President Ahmed Lawan as the candidate of the All Progressives Congress APC for Yobe North Senatorial District after losing out in the presidential race. This came even as Bashir Mashina, who won the APC primary election for the district, refused to step down for Mr. Lawan, who contested the APC presidential primary. Similarly, Mr. Amadi was reacting to the alleged acceptance of the name of former Minister of Niger Delta Affairs, Godswill Akpabio, for Akwa Ibom Northwest Senatorial District after losing out in the presidential contest. This also came as former Deputy Inspector General of Police, Udom, I won't attempt his last name, vowed not to relinquish the APC senatorial ticket he won at the party primary on May the 27th to Akpabio or anyone else. So this is Democracy Abdullahi Adamu style. So this is it, Fulani brand. Fulani brand. So Fulani brand, Ifeanyi, I see you. To Niger, I see you. Ajanle Koko, I see you. Let's Theobala, I see you. Hopefully we don't have any drama with you today, Theobala. Thomas, I see you, and Tony, I see you. So a bit concerned having Tony and Teobala in the same session. Hopefully, gentlemen, I want to steady and civilize like the afternoon session, and also a bit of a minor change to the way the platform will run. So because I've noticed and it's been brought to my attention that oftentimes we go through long hour sessions and they don't get to hear from everybody. So in the opening salvo, I'll give like about 3-4 minutes to everyone to just have an opening monologue about what they are making of the headlines, and then we'll get into the fullness of it. So we'll start it off. Let's start it off with Tony. And Tony, let me take you to the space then. Where do I want to take you? Let me take you to the space of Peter Obi assuring us that he is going to resolve the Nigerian electrical power within 5 years. Of course, it's a 4-year term, so I'm not quite sure where he gets the extra year, but he assures us then, off the back of his trip to Egypt, that it's going to resolve the Nigerian electricity problem within 5 years. So, Tony, what do you make of that? Are you assured then? Does that make you more eager to vote for Peter Obi? Tony?
No, sir. Good evening, everybody. Good evening, Ogawaman. Thank you for your show. I really thank you for your effort so far. Even this evening, only that I'll be a strong person. If not, the way they battered me today at my own, at Nigeria Watch, I not be small, because they said that Obi is the only man. Then I say no. So this Obi matter, it tire me. Obi cannot do anything because, this power something like 5 years. What does it take? It wouldn't take more than 6 months to put this on the ground. Then at the end of so at the end of 2 years, we should be able to experience anything. It's just like the promise they have been making.
What do you mean it wouldn't take more than 6 months? Do you know if the engineering of it to get it right? It's nothing short of a 2-3 year project from start to finish. What do you mean 6 months?
Yes, sir. No. It's why this said that 6 months to 2 years, sir. Because all we have to do is to decentralize and allow states to produce their own light, even local government. Here in Germany, not be Ghana now. Here in Germany, the local government, they produce their own light from the shit of cows. Yeah, all this malu shit. They take and they produce light here. Yeah, you understand me, sir? So so I don't know where we are heading to, sir. I don't know. Like what I was trying to remind them that that was how they just gave a green light to Obaseki, that all of them team behind Obaseki, and what is the result now? It's just total zero. No local government, no nothing. So this will be narrative, or this will so-called crusade. It just look. It just going to amount to nothing. You know what I'm saying? Under what political structure is he going to carry out all these plans? And then what about the
that's where the question is around the Obi narrative. So yes. Even let's if we humor the narrative for a moment and it lands Obi as a president of Nigeria, which assembly? How is he going to have his person in the assembly? Who is even his person in that assembly? And if the assembly decide to move against him, how is he going to counterweight back? Is he going to be ruling the country via executive order? So a lot of these things, there's just a lot of it does not match together, Tony.
Yes, that's exactly what I was trying to tell them, but they refuse to learn from the past experience. I mean, under what political structure, under which backing of his party, does this guy has a political ideology for not sticking to that particular party that he was made to be a governor, and then crossing over to the next party, and then just like Ibilaja, all this Ashawuna, just they move from one room to the other. When the other room is too expensive, they move to the other hotel. But today also, I told her that Obi was shivering today in this guy's show. That they just passed on me. They just passed on me. But only some guys spoke from England and said that what Tony was trying to point out is like the guy don't have to expose everything on how he's going to tackle security. What do you see? Conflicting answer to a simple question. Are you going to set up police, state police, He said that there will still be federal police, but the commissioner will be under the watch eye of the governor. I said, what the hell? He said that you are in it or you are out. You know, that state police have nothing to do with federal government because we are going to devolve the power. So the so-called federal government from the northern part of the Nigeria, they will not
Did
have.
you watch that interview? I've not had the chance to fully watch it. I was almost tempted to play it on this session, but it's an hour plus long, so I'm not sure people will have the endurance for
He
it.
was dodging. He was dodging so many questions, you know, because you're saying I mean, to my own understanding, but people say no, this is their Jesus Christ or their Muhammad that is coming to. I mean, under what political structure, and then the vested interest, the cabal. I don't want to talk about say particular section of the the country. Then okay, they themselves now they were complaining that today the Ekiti election was not free and fair. They saw people were still buying vote. You know what I'm saying? And then this primary was so. Then I told them that as a result, don't people think that now that no level playing field, we should give it to somebody that we know that is coming to devolve the power by omission or commission, then they just pass on me. You know, but I know that when they go back home tonight, they're going to reflect. But the moderator said that no, they love Tony. Tony must air for you. You know, so that's it, sir. You know.
Okay, and Tony, on this now conversation about Wike crossing over to the APC, can you understand why he would, and would you recommend that he should, or should he leave the PDP just because of so many knives in his back from that party? But then he should pick his destination wisely and not pack it with somebody equally as just smelly. So Wike crossing from PDP to APC, is this something you anticipated and something you would recommend?
No, I never anticipated that, and then that is exactly what I would say just now. That jumping from it's just based on personal interest. That's what you just try to show us that. That's why I said that the best solution, one man, please, sir, not vessel. Not just that we have to, no need to talk. We'll just block that from local jar and this lorry, we block them. We'll do for our side, other people will do for their side. Then we'll see how we can go to recalibrate the country because the two countries solution peacefully. We can live together as brothers and sisters. Because don't see we can this is I never hear this now, so I'm just hearing it for the first time. But I'm totally annoyed at the verse. So now useless man be that. None of them is good, sir. They belong to the same class. They are the same people. It's all about money. It's all about pride.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Tony. So Tony, let's hear from Ralph, who joins us. I know Ralph has been trying to join us for a while now.
Meanwhile, the woman. Sorry, today I went there personally to be able to indirectly defend you because I do listen to you all the time. Even though sometimes I cannot get in, but I do listen to you.
No, you don't have to defend me. Don't worry, I'm
not defending you. Not defending you. I mean that like what. They don't allow people to air their view, but they said no, they allow people to air their view today. Yesterday you and Ajani Koko, he was saying something, but we know that no problem there. I said that I didn't make mention of you. I just said that they should allow everybody to flow because they are portraying me there as
no, it's fine. They've already already stated their politics, which is fair enough. So they say
no. Only Tubala that is challenging me there today.
Forget. No, yes. Can you please? I told you now. I want a very steady.
Now my brother. No,
please now. Well, do I have to be removing you all the time?
No.
They've already stated that they're a pro Peter Obi platform. Which is a fair enough thing to and an honest thing to do. So, but they said they welcome voices other than that as well. But their project is that. So that's fair enough. But let me go on to Ralph. So Ralph, good to have you. Ralph, can you unmute yourself?
Yes, woman. Good evening. Good evening. How you doing?
I'm good. Good to have you. So Ralph, I mean, you know the talking points. I'm not sure why he would make such a faux pas. Because these are words that have been haunting politicians pretty much since the beginning of time. So he goes on Rufai's program to assure that he will fix electricity within 5 years. Buhari came in to tell us that he will fix insecurity within 6 months. Fashola told us that anything that stops electricity after 6 months, then it's just fraud. So we are 7 years into this administration now. all of these things have not only not improved, but they've worsened. So it looks as though Peter Obi has not learned that lesson. Vaunting now 5 years, and it's a 4-year term, by the way. So I'm not quite sure where he's getting the extra year. But what are you making then of Peter Obi's comments on electricity, Ralph?
Bro, thank you very much. The thing is, you know, we have a problem. We have a very, very deep-rooted problem in Nigeria. You know, we always see difficulties everywhere. The issue with power generation is not rocket science. It's simple. The equipments are there. The manpower is there. The technology is there all over the world. It's just that we don't have the will. The politicians, the regular politicians doesn't have the willpower to do it because it's a business that a lot of them make enormous profit out of. That is the problem. That is exactly the problem, because a lot of people are making millions and millions and millions of dollars to keep Nigeria.
What do you mean? What do you mean millions? You mean billions and billions?
Billions, my brother. You know, to keep Nigeria.
You know. Sorry to interrupt you, Ralph. Sorry to interrupt you, Ralph. But you know the money that Nigeria has spent on fixing electricity is enough to power up the whole the whole West African region.
The whole West African country.
10 times over.
You know. So, and you know, and when I hear people talk about this man cannot do it, that man cannot do it. You see, we have certain people that come through a generation for a reason. People don't see it. People don't see the history that is coming our way. If God intervened, because I only believe it's God's intervention that will get Nigeria out of where we are. If God intervenes and gives us Peter Obi, even if it's for one term, we will have something to show for it. He doesn't have to be there for 10 years. He doesn't have to be there for 2 terms. That is what leaders are. Leaders set a target, they have a focus, they go for it.
What is Peter Obi's plan for Nigeria?
You see,
apart from sloganism, because consumption to production is just a slogan.
I understand all that. All that is politics. All that is just the politicals, you know, the anthem and all that. But the issue is this. Look at, you know, this takes me back to 1993 when MKO was running for election. He said what he's going to do, and he was taking steps to get to what he wants to do, what he had promised Nigerians he wants to do. All the other contestants are busy sharing money. This man is busy going around and getting information on what to do from day one. Nobody's looking at that. Nobody's looking at that. Everybody is they just want to pull him down. They want to say he went to Egypt for his AGM. They want to say he did that. They want to say that. They're not looking at issues. That's because the politics of Nigeria is empty. That is the problem. They is bereft of issues. Nobody's talking about the issues. They're just busy looking for a way to pull him down, to give him a dog a bad name so he can hang it.
Well, why do you think they are doing that? Why do you think they are after pulling him down, as you put it?
Okay, it is simple, because he represents something that they don't. And that is sad. I mean, I have nothing against any of the articles or the Tinubus, but the only thing I have against them is that their profession is politics. This man has a job. He has a job. He left his comfort zone to get into this hot frying pan. Very hot frying pan. He could have just stayed in his comfort zone and not care, like so many people, like the Dangotes. But he chose, because he chose to come in here. Because everything, you see, that's why I say there's God's hand in everything. We haven't just seen God's hand in this process that we are going through as a country. And when people keep saying he doesn't have anybody in the National Assembly to pass his bills and blah blah blah, we've had senators and house members cross carpet. It's been done in the old Western region. It's been done in the old Eastern region. People move en masse to a ruling party to make things happen for their citizens if they believe in that agenda. People will do it, but will they be able? Do we have enough young politicians? The millennial politicians in our.
Sorry to interrupt you, Ralph, but Peter Obi is not a new quantity within the Nigerian political space. He's been in politics since 1999, certainly since 2003. So that's what, about 3 decades deep in Nigerian politics at the top level for all of his muck and smut. So it's not some new broom. It's not new broom in a man's zoo. It's the old broom behind the broom cupboard.
I understand what you're trying to say.
Do you understand?
You remember
about Peter Obi as though it was some new wave that is.
You remember he was in PDP. He left PDP in 2002. For the first time, he was in PDP. He left PDP in 2002 when he didn't really like what was going on, and went to ABGA. And after his governorship, after his 2 terms as governor of Anambra State, he went back to PDP because he wants to be. He said he wants to do. ABGA is a regional party. ABGA is a I will call it a tribal party. So he left PDP to go into ABGA so he can at least wet his beak in public service, in government service. Let me put it that way. So I'm sure that's what I say. When people do, some people don't understand why people do certain things. If you watch the man's step from the get-go, he has remained focused. He has remained on what he wants to do. He has remained laser focused on where he's going. As soon as he got done with his governorship, 2 terms as governor, he went back to PDP.
Is it? Would you say that? Peter Obi is an ideologue? Is he an ideologically led person? Does he lead politics via? What underpins? Does he have an ideology? Does he have a philosophy?
He has. His philosophy is that, from what I understand from all his antecedents, his philosophy is first of all that Nigeria should not be where we are as a nation, because he's seen the potential. So he knows.
No. I'm sorry. I'm talking about because that is his political philosophy. But what ideology underpins it? Because there are only really 2 strands of politics that exist globally. So they call it the ideological divide. So there are 3 really. There's a centrist ideology where you find the liberals, and then there is a leftist ideology where you find the socialists. And then there's a right ideology where you find both the elite and then at the extreme, the fundamentalist. So like somebody like Buhari, for instance, is a far right sort of a politician. But what is the ideology of Peter Obi? Is it a center-left politician? Because he strikes as a center-left politician. But if it's a center-left politician, then why would he take his ambition to PDP, which is an elite-led sort of a party structure? So do you see it? What is the ideological underpinning that he hinges his political philosophy on?
I can tell you, Peter Obi is not a socialist.
Right.
That is, just to take that out of the table. He's not a socialist. Okay, he believes in you hard work, you work hard, you work hard, you earn your pay. He believes in somebody earning your pay or your whatever you get. Okay? But the thing is this thing about structure, that is what he realized. Because he went into PDP to be able to have a national spread, national appeal to his brand of politics. Okay? And he has traveled the whole 36 states campaigning, and he realized it's not going to happen. He knew from day one it was not going to happen, but you needed that vehicle to move around. And he has been able to sell his brand of politics. He has been able to pass his ideas. He has been able to sow that seed, because you see, this is a seed. He has managed to sow this seed in every nook and cranny of this country. And there's nothing anybody can do.
So are you saying he did this wittingly or incidentally?
Of course.
That is to say that has this always been his plan, or this is just what happened? And then
I believe it's very, very intentional.
Oh, God.
That's what I believe.
Wow.
That's what I believe. He needed that vehicle to plant this revolution seed, this seed of, take your country back. And now it's resonating everywhere, in every nook and cranny of Nigeria. And there's nothing anybody can do. They don't have to vote him, whatever. But that seed has been planted.
Do you really believe? Because I'm sure you follow the platform, so you know that I push when people say things. But do you really believe that Peter Obi is really resonating the length and breadth of the country? Do you really believe that?
I do.
All right.
I do, because all you need to do is go talk to a young man and ask him how his life is.
In Damaturu.
Everywhere in the country. That's all you need to do. Go talk to somebody. Just go ask somebody.
For a minute.
No,
do you like the life you're living?
Yeah.
Do you like the life you're living?
No, that's a different narrative, though, isn't it? Everybody is displeased with the life they are living, but
no.
That displeasure, are they then seeing Peter Obi as the solution?
It's not the. See, Peter Obi is not the solution. That's the mistake people make. It's not the solution. It's only a vehicle to that solution. The solution is the Nigerian masses. The solution is the youth that are unemployed. The solution is the students that are not in school. The solution are pensioners that have retired and not getting paid pension.
No, those are the problems.
That is the solution.
No,
they are the solution because Peter Obi is only a vehicle.
No. I'm saying, are these people that you are describing? Do they identify their relief in Peter Obi?
Listen. I am not in everybody's mind, my brother.
No, we are just speculating now. We're all speculating.
I am not in everybody's mind. I'm not in everybody's mind. But if you were around the country, in 1993 when Abiola was running for president, this is the kind of air we were breathing then. This is the kind of song we were singing then. This is the kind of music we were dancing. Everybody said, oh, they won't give it to him. He won't win. They will do this, they will do that, and all that. And at the end of the day, Nigerians from length and breadth of the country made a statement. That is why people got scared.
And this is what you are saying, repeating now.
They didn't know it was going to happen. They didn't know it was going to happen then. Just like now, they think it's not going to happen. I don't know if it's going to happen. I'm not clairvoyant. I don't see the future. But what I'm trying to say is this: Nigerians have a chance to do something different, just for once, because we might never have this chance again.
Yeah, but they have several options to do something different. So Peter Obi, Showore is also an option to do something different.
Who?
Showore. He speaks
Yeah.
pretty much the same line too.
Showore has the chance.
Even Kola Abiola is an option. The SDP
No,
guy.
don't even worry about that.
The SDP guy, they are all
Now,
options.
Kola Abiola is just there to make so that his name will just be there that he ran for president. Showore,
Well, his party did better than Labour in the last election.
Showore would have been another solid candidate.
But
okay, but he has he has a lot of, I don't know if it's baggage. Yes, because he has associated with Tinubu before they disagreed. For a long time, he associated with Tinubu before they disagreed.
Tinubu used to fund him some time ago, if you remember.
Yes. So
that's not true. That's a blatant lie. That's not true.
You should have known what I was doing now. Carry on.
And he is kind of handicapped too, because he haven't gone through this political detention and all that. Took him out of circulation for a while. So but he would have been, because he is someone that does not take nonsense too. I like him as a person, but right now, if I wish the progressives, I wish people can coalesce around one person. I don't care who it is, as long as it's not the PDP and the APC.
All right, brilliant. It's an opening monologue, so just take up more sentences.
If they can coalesce against behind somebody and make a statement, because Nigeria need to wake sorry my language, Nigeria need to wake up. Too much has gone wrong. Too much has gone wrong for a very long time.
All right, brilliantly put. Well said. Good to have you, Ralph. So, Ralph, let me go on from you to Teobala. I was saying 4 minutes, but because you are new to the space, so you got a little bit more. But Teobala,
thank you very much.
Just opening salvo, just a 4 minute space for you to flesh out your position. Oh, he's left. Just a 4 minutes space for you to flesh out your position regarding the conversation. Peter Obi's assurance that he will fix the electricity problem within 5 years, in what would be a 4-year term. But then we've heard this sort of narrative before. They did not read the playbooks of Buhari and etc. that have done something similar. Teobala, your man's assurances.
Thank you so much, one man. Initially, when you were doing the introduction, you made some certain comments, which is very, very good. But at the point, I decided to come here because I never wanted to come back. But I see reasons why, at least, this platform is to educate Nigerians. And I see reasons why I should come to use this platform or to make some comment to support Nigerians, to support the candidature of Peter Obi.
Okay, so to that then, go to it. So Peter Obi's assurance is that within 5 years of a 4-year term, he will fix electricity.
Fine.
That's mathematics, yeah.
Okay, thank you so much. Like what the last speaker said, electricity issue is not a problem at all, solving it within a space of 4 years. I believe even within 3 years or 4 years, within 2 years, we should be seeing the light. Like something good should be coming up our way. Reason be that, like what the last speaker just talked about, it's not rocket science. What we need to solve electricity problem already be put in place. We can leverage on so many things that already be in existence. The problem is that these people who have been in power over the years have refused to do the needful because they don't want to offend 1 or 2 persons. And if the people can come unanimously to elect somebody to climb into that power without the influence of the cabal, I bet you that electricity problem will be solved within 2-3 years. Within 2-3 years. If Tafawa Balewa then generate 1,000 megawatts. Since 1960, I can't remember the year, but down the line, remember the years now, over 60 or 50 years, we are seeing 4,000 megawatts. But within a space of 5 years, Egypt have been able to double their power by 25%, making it over 55,000 megawatts. So definitely, he will be able to solve the power problem if he is elected by the people. I see a very good option there because he has been able to go around, measuring different metrics, all the criteria that make him make that statement during the interview. It's very solvable and it's very, very.
And by the way, Theobala, what you should have started off with what you should have started off with was an apology, not saying that you were saying you were not going to come back here. When you left this place the last time under like a barrage of abuse against the platform. So I think that is where you should really start off rather than peacocking.
Of course, in any situation, I'm sorry, for instance, is very important in everything. But the issue is that whoever I may have offended.
No. What you did was you tried to tribalize, and not for the first time, conversations, which I invited you not to do, and then you stormed off under like a barrage of abuse against the platform.
I didn't notice that.
You did not notice that. I did.
I didn't notice that. But which, however, if
all right, let's just leave that to one side. But
no.
Try not to tribalize the conversations again.
No, Mama, I think if at least, well, as in, if that one may have offended anybody, I'm sorry, because we are all one Nigeria. We have to move.
All right. To more important matters, Peter Obi's power plan. You were saying.
Yeah, like I said before, as in solving power plant in Nigeria is very possible. There are so many ways we can generate power. Solar system, for instance, like in China, you see a big plot of land. Everything will be solar. Then connect that can power a city. For instance, in your state there, in Kelana, for instance, for how many years now they have no electricity power loss there. So if a small individual can do that, definitely we can have a power plant in different places like solar, any form of generating power, like what Tony mentioned earlier. We can do that. There's no problem with that. It can be done if we can control the right people to do the job. Then see sublend every other one. So it can be done. It can be done as far as power is concerned. Very possible within a space of 4.
All right. But what would you say then to people who will say it's a fool's gold narrative? It's like a abracadabra politics. It's just gbabe.
Yes.
We've heard this so many times, from characters like Peter Obi, who are long in politics, who come with a CV of piety. Nobody more pious than Malam Buhari in 2014, but look at what we got.
You are very correct. Say Nigerians, we have one mentality that so many things that is happening in the world right now cannot be done. I could remember when I was in Nigeria, when you talk to Amazon and Lessa, off-light, all this and that, people going to move. They say that Oyibo people, they are witches and wizards. I keep on clarifying that all this can be done. When I came to the US, the same thing they say, witches and wizards. I myself am producing a lot of things in the field of artificial intelligence. What am I trying to say? Most Nigerians believe, because they're busy in the user narratives. Mr. A have not been able to do it. It cannot be done. Mr. B have not been able to do it. It cannot be done.
No, they're not saying it cannot be done. They are saying it will not be done. The Nigerians are not saying electricity cannot be done. It's not anything especially, out of the realms.
We are still saying the same thing.
Yeah.
You are still saying the same thing. Definitely, they say it will not be done. Believing, because if we were you, definitely, I will not say blame them. Because when I was young, I was told light. Over the year, up to date, Nigeria is still suffering from light problem. So it's something people are making such a statement. But to my own concern, with the right person in power, with the right person in place, definitely it will solve that problem easily. Whether being show warrior Peter Obi, but if we were to be all those other politicians, I bet you they will not do it because they have to please one or two able people that brought them to power. So that is for that. They can't do it. regarding the other issue they were talking about, because you read that something regarding Kwankwaso measures.
Oh yes, earlier on today, the news broke that Kwakwanso indicated that he was willing to deputize himself to Peter Obi. I saw the headline, and it was one of the headlines I was going to present in the earlier session, but he either skipped through or whatever. But I'm glad I did not present it because they are just furious at the NNPP that the audacity, and this, of course, it will be a sponsored article that was published in Daily Trust, you know. So this is the sort of politics that we're playing now, the politics of putting ideas in people's head that are so furious for Kwakwanso that the audacity, you know.
My plan is that, or my wish is that, Kwankwaso, as far as I'm concerned, if I may advise Peter Obi, Kwankwaso should not even be the subject. If he come into the power, fine, it's an addition. But there are other big wins in the northern part of the country that can really, influence some youth and other people. It's not about the key people now, right now. It's about the people. If you can be able to project your message well to the masses, definitely they'll buy your idea. Because the only thing is that if Kwankwaso ready to run to the end.
Are you suggesting that Peter Obi bypass the northern elites to reach to the people? Is that what you're suggesting?
No. Kwankwaso is not only the northern elite. We have other people like Sanusi and many others.
Sanusi?
No,
the former emir?
I said like Sanusi,
wow.
many others.
Do you know who Sanusi is?
Okay, fine. I don't want, because I don't want a situation where I will start arguing about a particular vice president because he has not picked it yet. My whole point is that whoever he wants to use, there are other big wings in the northern part of the country that can get him that vice president. That vice president position as we speak right now. He should not worry his strength about.
Let me tell you what I think is in play, Teobala. You see this conversation that is taking place with Kwakwanso. So that is Peter Obi trying to excuse me. That is Peter Obi trying to access the elite level space within the north, and because he knows the weight of that, because the north. Usually they act in blocks, and there's always some patriarch that holds that block. So he wants to get to that elite level that holds a real mass block, which is Kwakwanso. If he doesn't get Kwakwanso, it's not then going to get anybody in that level. So he has to go to Division 2. So he has to step down from the Premiership, or even then he has to lower to a lower level. Then he'll start to speak to people like Jega, who might not even follow him. And then if he doesn't get people like Jega, then it goes to the level of people like Nuhu Ribadu. And if it gets to the level of people like Nuhu Ribadu, then,
Okay, as it stands right now, he has already submitted about 3 different names already.
Right.
Which Kwankwaso, I believe, is among all those names.
No, he hasn't submitted 3 names, sir.
No, I mean, submitted not to the, how will I put it? Not to INEC.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, to his neighbor party, like all those big neighbor party and all this thing.
Listen, my brother.
They're in conversation with
thank
3
you.
possible names.
They're in conversation. Yes, my brother. Listen, one man. Let me make one quick point.
Hold on. Teobala has the floor. Let him land so I can go on to. I want every voice to be heard today.
That's true. I just want to say one thing. In line with what he's saying, he's making a good point.
Right.
I'm just supporting what he's saying. But the thing is, he cannot go to all these Amala and a Wedu politician. He has to go to somebody that can actually say no to these people that are sharing Nigeria as they want. Kwankwanso is one of the people that can look Atiku or look somebody else in the fence and say, you know what, this is what I'm going to do, and you can't do nothing about it, and my followers will follow me. He cannot go to just anybody.
It will be a different ball game if Kwankwaso is not on ticket, it's not on the ballot.
Yes.
You understand?
But you know, if he can convince Kwankwanso, who has always said no to power, if he can convince him to work with him, he has a chance of getting a good number of votes from the north.
Let's be realistic here.
All right.
Let me conclude.
Continue your thought, but don't start a debate. But round off your thoughts.
See, if Kwankwaso already is on the ballot, 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% definitely, if Kwankwaso run to the end of the game, it will divide the northern vote. Atiku is there to share. Ahmed Bola Tinubu will share. Peter Obi will also share. It now depends who idea will not be trailing more. Then everybody cannot go and battle any other place else. If Kwankwaso decide to sell his vote to Tinubu or Atiku, that will be a problem. So at this stage right now, Peter Obi can go and look for other candidates as far as I'm concerned. So it's good to go.
Oh, all right, brilliant. I admire the enthusiasm, and I hope that it works for Peter Obi. But only the future will tell. But thank you for that, Theobala. So let's go on from you, Theobala, to Thomas. So Thomas, I mean, you can speak on other topics as well, but usually when we have Peter Obi as one of the talking points, we never really deviate too much from that. But I would like, if anybody wants to take on other talking points, they can. One of the talking points is this Ahmed Lawan space, people pressuring INEC to kick his name off the ticket, which he did not win. And Wike reflecting on leaving, in fact, it's been romanced heavily by the PDP, by the APC to leave the PDP, haven't been stabbed too many times in the back. So they gave us the reason why Atiku rejected Wike. It was for reasons that Wike weighed so heavily against him in 2018, and Wike was still barely aching about his loss even in 2022. So he felt that he could not trust him, essentially, is what they're saying. I will solve Nigeria's power problems if elected within 5 years. This is Peter Obi speaking the sort of language that Nigerian politicians usually speak. So just very briefly on any of the choices, Thomas.
Oh, thank you, one man. God bless. We thank everyone that is here this evening. Let's like this session, our comment session. Let's like the session. Let's subscribe. Thank you, one man. One man. Peter Obi assertion, or Peter Obi, maybe we call it a manifesto, or what he plans to do. It's not a new thing to everyone. Buhari promised the same thing. I don't trust any politician. I don't trust any politician. When you got there and you do what you said you were gonna do, that is when I will trust you. That is where I will still love Trump till tomorrow. He said I will build the wall, and he fulfilled his promise, even though some people doesn't like it. But if you have a manifesto, you have to fulfill what you said you're gonna do. So Buhari said the same thing. They're gonna give us light in 24 hours. $1 is gonna go to $1. $1 is going to go to $1. We don't see that. Security is gonna be tackled in 6 months. We didn't see that. So Peter Obi is not exemption. I don't say he can't do it, but until he gets there and do what he said he's gonna do. But all this traveling abroad, everybody can travel abroad, say anything. He has get knowledge. But if you can't do what he said he's gonna do, I don't believe what you say. And the electricity is talking about, to tackle electricity in Nigeria, it will be very difficult. It's something that can be done. One man, 2 months ago here, they destroy a plant that electricity is too much. They destroy a plant here in Australia that what they are generating is too much. They destroy the old plant because it is not rocket science. It's something that can be done, one man. But if Atiku still have the license of giving Nigeria, selling Mekano to Nigeria, and you said Nigeria will have electricity. If Nigeria have electricity, who will buy generator? No one will buy generator. No one will buy plant anymore. And Atiku is one of the person that have license to electricity in that Nigeria. So it's just they don't want it to work, one man. It's not that electricity can't work. Then if Peter Obi to even get there, the same people that is working against electricity now, they will still work against it. The same people that is embezzling our money now, that we don't have electricity, they will still embezzle the same money. So I wish him best of luck if he get there, but I don't trust any politician. Even Sowore, even those ones that are new, I don't trust any one of them until they get there and they do what they want to do. And then concerning Wike, I will advise Wike, he should just stay in PDP.
All right.
One man, where is he going? Did he want to go to same APC? The same APC that he has clamped down, he has fell down on them. And I still give him a little bit, one man, I still give him a little bit respect. He has been in this party since 1999. He hasn't left, and he's even boasting on that. And I even agree with him that he's still one politician that at least you can still say he doesn't cross carpet, jumping like Peter Obi, all of them, Kwakwaso jumping from A to B to B to C. If you go to APC today, it will not be relevant. One man, what am I saying? You don't buy it.
All right. Go on.
It will not be relevant in APC. It will still be relevant in PDP. Paraventure, one man, PDP can win the election, and he can get more posts from Atiku. So where is he going to? APC is not the best bet for him. That is just my submission, one man.
All right, brilliant. Well put. Thank you, Thomas. So, Thomas, let me go on to Naija and just get just a brief intro commentaries from him as well. So, to Naija, you know where the conversation is, but where do you want to come into it? To Naija, if you have the floor. To Naija. All right, we don't seem to have to Naija. So let's go to Ajanle Koko then. So Ajanle Koko, to the conversation.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm here.
Oh,
all right, we
yeah?
have to Naija.
Okay.
So to Naija, right. Yes. So to you, do you know where the conversation is? So just come into it.
Yeah, about the electricity issue. Thanks for having me, by the way. Yeah, the electricity thing, you see the odds of him succeeding with the way he's approaching things right now, 70-80% is going to fail. I've had Bola Ige, in the early 2000s, if I'm not mistaken, 1999, talking about how he's going to restore electricity and all. I think he was made this. Bola Ige was one of the most reputable politicians in Nigeria at that time, and he didn't succeed. It tells you that something else is going on. And when I keep telling our people that these things are not normal, it's like telling your child to go and put their shoes on, and your child keep coming back without their shoes on. You know it's easy process, but somehow it's not getting done. It tells you that something else is going on. And our people are not confronting that truth. They keep acting as if there's something inherently wrong with us as individuals. That's why we cannot get power supply. We are not confronting the true greater enemy there, the threat that is facing our people. Our systems have been undermined. Our industrialization, process has been undermined. We can't even get our steel power plant on. It's just on and on, tales of woe. And when I keep saying that, I'm going to keep hacking on about it until it sinks in. If Nigerians don't get their security right, they are going to keep failing at everything they do.
But is that not part of the security narrative? Electricity is part of the security narrative, is it not?
It's everything. Security is everything. Let me just read a statement. I think I will send you that link. I think I've already put it on this private chat.
Yes, from Sky.
It says the gray zone. It says the whole point is to cause harm to your enemy and gain an advantage without them feeling sufficiently threatened or realizing that they are under attack. This is what we have been facing. And our people don't have the clue, the different levels of warfare that is going on out there. This is why we fail. And our politicians know it. They know it. They just lie to us. They don't tell us the truth. Why do you think other countries succeed? Why do you think everything seems so easy for them? Because they are secure. They control their environment. They control their leaders. We don't control our leaders. Our leaders fear foreigners more than they fear us. We have to understand this about this. If we don't understand the nature of the world and the way the world operates, how are we supposed to deal with the problem? The problem has been going on, and we just keep scratching our head. Oh, electricity, how can we not fix it? No, because you can't. If he carries on like this, and the way he's doing right now, he's going to fail. Clearly, he's going to fail.
Sorry. How are you? Sorry. The guy is going round doing when he says a comparative study or analysis. That is to say that a country or a space or a situation that is very similar to that is yours, to go and assess their successes and see how you can replicate it in your country. So he went to Egypt, a similar weight country to Nigeria, similar in many circumstances, and he's gone to understudy how they've managed to evolve in their space, and he's come back to say that he has seen sufficient enough to replicate. So how is it good? How is what is wrong with? Is that not the way to do it?
Exactly, isn't it? That's supposed to be the way to do it.
Well, that is what he has done.
Hold on now. Let me show you now. Let me give you the reason why I tell you that that's not what he has done. These people, they go. It's like, okay, let me give you an example. You want to copy somebody's paper in an exam, and you just copy half of it, and you pretend as if the other half is, but the other half is not there. You're going to fail the exam because you didn't copy everything. What this guy has just done, went to Egypt and looked at their power supply this thing, and come back to Nigeria and say, okay, this is how they did it. This is how we are going to do it, without taking into account the whole environment of Egypt.
Okay, sorry, one more, please. To Nigeria, try and watch that interview he did this morning. He stated everything, including the people that financed the project. He even mentioned the police, that Nigeria police, he talked about it, that is very poor, that Egypt, as small as they are, they have 700 and something, that Nigeria 1 million police should be the best, at least for now. So try watch that video so that you understand.
We don't have 1 million. We don't have 1 million. That's the problem.
No. And he said at least a good system should have, at least for this kind of situation we have right now, should have at least 1 million police.
Okay, now he's beginning to sound like somebody that is aware of what is happening. If that's what he's saying, he's beginning to be aware.
Try watch the interview.
And okay, I will check that interview out if that's what you're saying, because I've never had him talk like that before. Every time he kept sounding like every other
Tony watched the interview. He was not especially impressed, but you don't sound. I'm not quite sure where you are with the Peter Obi narrative, because sometimes I think you are fully on board. They call them obedient, and but you are seeming somewhat disobeying. So where are you?
Oh goodness, I'm not on anybody's bandwagon. I'm here for our people, and I'm here for actual, real solutions. I'm not interested in rubbish. This thing, people that just deceive our people. I'm tired of it, and I've lived the life of failures. I've lived it. I'm in the UK here. If our country was doing well, probably I would be in Nigeria, living probably a better life. These people set us up badly, and I don't want this also pass this failure to the next generation again. I don't know whether it was this channel, the other channel, where people are calling so frustrated. There's men crying on the phone. It's just, people are tired of this whole thing. Not to mention Nigeria. These are people overseas crying on the phone. Not to mention people that are in Nigeria, what they will be feeling. It's just horrible, and I'm tired of it. And this is why I may come across sometimes as if I'm on the side of Peter Obi when I relate it to Tinubu and the other. But he too doesn't what he is doing until it's objectively clear that he's doing the right things. I'm not going to take his side, because if Egypt right now, if he went to Egypt and studied Egypt, he will find out that Egypt has about 700,000 soldiers. Nigeria has practically, on paper they say 200,000, but in terms of active, 100,000. How and Egypt is half the population of Nigeria. It means if Nigeria wants to compare to Egypt, we should be going up to 1.5 million. Somewhere around that number. That's the kind of number that will secure Nigeria. And Egyptians are paying for their defense. Egyptians are paying for their law enforcement. This is how things work in any society. And if he comes back, I watched that interview. If he comes back and doesn't take all that into account, then he's going to fail. Because he doesn't. Because like that statement I just read just now. This is what we have been suffering. We are like on that page. They talked about how it's like boiling a frog. They undermine our systems over and over again, and we don't see it coming. When they gave themselves $17 trillion during the time of COVID-19 as loans, $17 trillion, and without nothing for Africa, that was war. To me, it was war, but we didn't see it happen. We didn't feel it, because that money is not monopoly money. They can use it to buy up politicians over and over again and do their bidding. And this is the things they talked about on that page. They are worried now that it's going to happen to them, something that they've been doing to us forever. We have to understand these things. And if our leaders don't start telling us these truths, This is why when I asked Momodu, I think it was on one platform. I asked him, and he was just trying to shut the question, like just stop.
Daily Momodu?
Yeah.
Oh no, he's what does he know about anything? He doesn't. Why would you ask? So you're cruel, man. This is just it's just some half-baked guy that is just on a hustle.
You are worse, man. You are cruel.
He's just some half-baked guy on a hustle now. What is Daily Momodu to anything? Even Showore is more serious than Daily Momodu.
Yeah, definitely. And he was just dodging every question. And when it came to the security one, he was just like, we know what we need. We need to recruit soldiers. When these people say they want to recruit soldiers, they're talking about 10,000 or so, They're not talking about, like, in the scale that is needed. They don't understand. India has got about 5 million soldiers right now, and they are looking to recruit more. And people in India are protesting right now because they said the new recruits are going to join the force for 4 years. So the government is trying to use it to dodge paying pensions. So that is the reason why they are protesting, not because they want to recruit more into their military. And I don't understand how our people can just feel comfortable without these things, instruments of state being in place.
You know that in Israel, when you come of age, you have to do a compulsory military service. It's not even when you finish education. I think when you turn about 16, 18, you have to do a compulsory military service because they see every citizen as their defense line.
Exactly.
In Israel.
One guy told me yesterday that one of the things we could do to secure our borders, because the NSA head was telling us that he cannot secure the borders. He said, get every young Nigerian that is up to 18 years to go and serve in the border forces. You build border outposts all around the nation, and they serve in the border forces, and you have other people that are more permanent staff. These people, they will train them in the tactics, train them on how to monitor the border. And if you have to use drones, you use drones, and these people can keep our border secure. Young men, this is their job. That is the primary duty of men, to defend the people that cannot defend themselves generally, which are the women, children, and the land. The land cannot defend itself. It's the people that defend the land.
Can I interject if that's possible?
Yeah, come in, Aizen.
Okay, I hope everyone is doing well. Yeah, Tunaija, I'm listening to your analysis of your criticism of Peter Obi. I think the criticism is welcomed. I think anyone that wants to criticize him is definitely welcome. We need to question all these guys trying to run for office. But
is it unfounded though?
I think the criticism needs to be based on solid reasoning and fact, right? I think sometimes the criticism is lacking in those two areas. I think sometimes people criticize him without getting all the facts as to what he's currently doing or what he went to do in Egypt. For instance, the criticism being levied right now by Tunaija is saying, oh, he went to Egypt to study Egypt. He should have studied their military. I think from the man's own lips, he went to Egypt to study their power sector because they have successfully doubled the amount of power generated within a specific time point. So he went there to see exactly what they did. And he never said, I also listened to his full interview with Rufai recently. He never said that he was going to cut and paste the Egyptian system and put it fully into the Nigerian system. What he said was, it is important to learn from those who have done it so you can implement it in this environment to make sure it works according to our dynamics. He was very, very clear. So sometimes I listen to these criticisms. Look, I am
Thank you, my brother. Thank you.
I am all for criticizing any of these people, all of them. They are subject to criticism, like Ajahn Lekoko says. But let us pause and let us really criticize them, ask questions, hard questions, for things that we know are based in solid fact, and let's put it on them to force them to answer. You know, I think it's a justified criticism to say, hey, look, can you please convince us how you're going to provide that power in 5 years? That's a justified criticism. Anyone, if someone is saying I'll do something.
Did Rufai push him on that, and how did he respond?
Rufai pushed him on that, and Rufai actually talked about, if I'm not mistaken, Rufai mentioned that he too is aware of the power, and he talked about the amount being produced and some of the issues that they have. And Peter Obi, from what I gather from the interview, he's not ignorant about the problems facing the Nigerian power sector. He's very well educated on it. And he said, look, and I'm paraphrasing here, but he was talking about the Egyptian system and how they've worked. I believe they work with Siemens as well, right? So he was talking about how they are
already in Nigeria, yeah.
Correct. So he was talking about how they can do it in Nigeria to make sure it works, how the Nigerian government has the capacity to do it, but we just have had leaders who have failed us over the years, and they've just refused to have the political will to implement it. So,
Exactly.
you know,
Okay,
so
can I listen? Remember, I was saying something when you this thing, so you may want to keep it brief.
No, I'm about to wrap up. Sorry, my brother, I'm not trying to eat up your time, but go ahead.
So yeah, from what you just said, you said a lot of things, but said nothing. You didn't address any of the points that I made, and this is the problem. You can't just talk, and just because you didn't like what I was saying, I just said so many things that didn't address any of my points.
Yeah, play the ball.
He said I was criticizing him. Yeah, exactly. He said I was criticizing him. I was criticizing the fact that he didn't learn. If he didn't go and learn the other aspects of Egyptian society that enabled that solution to be arrived at, because the Siemens didn't arrive before Egypt became secure. No country develops properly without being secure first. And that's something we have to get our head around. China didn't become China today until they became secure their nuclear technology, they started growing. India, the same thing. You can't.
Yeah, but electricity is pari passu with security. Is what we. Yeah.
It's not the same thing. It's the same thing. I mean,
it's hand in hand. Yeah, it's hand in hand.
It's
not one first and the other. It's in tandem with. It's part of this securing the country. If you light up the country, then it's more secure. Just by that.
But you can't be able to. It has been proven that we cannot light up the country without security. It has been proven. What more lesson do we need to learn? We've learned it for how many decades now? Without it, you can't light your this. And this is what other people have gone through. They've learned their lesson. And this world doesn't owe us a living. This world is a eat or be eaten world. This is how it works. If you don't take care of your own business, other people will take care of it for you. They will keep you where they feel you belong. And clearly, this is where they think we belong. And we need to change that by ourselves. We can't keep. I'm not pointing fingers at them. I'm saying we have to understand this thing, that when Peter Obi goes to Egypt, I hope he learned that Egypt was having terrorism issue, got secure before they started building this Siemens system.
When you get a chance, please, I'd like to respond to that.
So they didn't do that. So that's why I said, if he came back and said, you know what, from what I've learned about Egypt, if it has 700,000 soldiers, Nigeria, we need to double ours to 1.5 million or 1.4 million or even 1 million.
Okay,
he's not coming back to make that proposal.
So you are saying his journey to Egypt was not pointed in the right direction.
It's pointed in the right direction, but where I get suspicious is if they come back and give you only one end of the stick, they know it's not going to succeed. And this is why our leaders promise us that they're going to fix power supply. It never happens because they say it with only one of the basis that they need to do it.
All right. Let Aizon counter you. You respond to him briefly and then round up, and then I'll go on to the next contributor. Do you want to counter him or add on to? Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
No, first of all, let me just thank you for clarifying what you were saying, because I thought what you were referring to was that he went there to find out about Egypt, when he went there specifically to find about their power. Secondly, your rationale, and correct me if I'm wrong, but your rationale right now is that until we fix security, we cannot have power. Until Nigeria is essentially fully secure, we are not going to have power. That is your rationale. Keep in mind that there are countries in the middle of civil conflict that have power. Let me just point that out to you.
Which country are you
Several countries.
Ukraine still have power, and they're in the war.
Syria has power.
It's not. We are
Syria
not even close to Ukraine's system.
Wait. Syria has power, and by
Syria has security.
Well, Syria does not have security. Israel just bombed them, and
they
by
are
that
at war.
Well, exactly. That is my point.
But have you
They have
seen
a
their military
full-fledged war
footing?
that has gone on.
Have you searched their
Let
military
me make my
posture?
point here. You talk. Let me make my
Okay.
point. They have a full-fledged war that has gone on for several years now. Remember, that's where ISIS was launched. Israel just bombed them, but they have
Yeah.
power. And then by that same logic,
Where did he get that? they have power? I don't even know.
if by that same logic, if it is that we have to do one, then the other, and we can't chew gum and walk at the same time, if it's that same logic, then essentially you're saying that whomever becomes president should put everything else on hold, including the economy, until they finish security, then they can build the country. My brother, you can walk and chew gum at the same time. Peter Obi
That is
can
not what I
provide.
said.
Peter, but that is what you was essentially saying. You were saying that the power needs to be provided. I mean, the security needs to be provided. If security is not provided.
Sorry, that was the impression I got as well, and I think it echoes what
I
is
was
often
talking
said
about
on this
emphasis.
platform. Yeah, I think it echoes what is often said on the platform, that until security is fixed, nothing else can happen. And there's a lot of course, sense in that. But as
The
Hazel
emphasis
said,
when I put it
everything-
that way, I'm
yeah.
talking about emphasis. You can't exactly shut everything else down. Economy cannot stop, a business activity cannot stop.
My
because you
brother,
want
I do not.
security.
I do.
It's the
You
emphasis.
make some valid points. I don't disagree with the overall argument. I'm not throwing out the baby with the bathwater. You make some valid points. You're saying we need more police people, 700,000, 1 million, whatever the case may be. I totally agree with you. He has said he wants to solve this age-old problem that we've had. Yes, we also have security issues, but he can tackle both. It doesn't have to be, when he went there to focus on power, I hope he spent time
But is
getting
he saying he's
information
going to
about
tackle
security.
both? That's the question. Is he saying he's going to tackle both, or is he just going to tackle one? That's what I'm talking about.
Sorry, Teobala, let that conversation take place between
Yeah,
Aizon
yeah.
and Hold on.
Okay.
Is he saying that he's going to tackle both of them?
That includes you now. Gentlemen, let this conversation take place between Aizon and Tunaja, who are very capable people of holding this conversation. So carry on, gentlemen.
No, okay.
Yeah. So what I was saying was, if you listen to the interview, he addressed security specifically in specific terms, and that's when he said that yes, we should have 1 million police officers in Nigeria. He spoke about state police. He said state police is mandatory. It must happen. He didn't say it will happen. He said it must happen. He talked about local governments and wards having their own security. And that's why, my initial criticism of your argument is that you are speaking, and all due respect, from a point of ignorance, because you weren't privy to the information that was being shared at a full-fledged one-on-one interview he had to listen to the man, and you're levying some criticism. So my thing is, yes, he talked about security, but he also spoke about power. He also spoke about SMEs and creating jobs for SMEs. He also spoke about education. So the thing about governance at that executive level is you don't have the privilege of saying, I'm going to follow one. You have to employ people and hire the competent minds, put them in places of power so they can tackle all these different issues Nigeria has. The country has tons of issues. So are we going to say that because of security, he's not going to try and face the debt issue? Or he's not going to try and face...
I think you're making a straw man argument.
No. One man. Can I make a...
No.
Can I make one statement? Just one statement.
Sorry, Ralph.
Just one statement.
No, I must insist. Because so many people still not. So I want Tunaja just to address what Aizon said. Round off your thoughts so I can go on to Ajande Koko. Sorry, Ralph. It's just too many people still not spoken.
It's okay. It's okay.
Back to you, Tunaja.
Basically, I was talking about emphasis. I didn't say that everything else has to stop. China never had to stop everything before they developed their security infrastructure. That what I'm talking about is you have to place emphasis on security. If you go over there and you say you want to come and they say, like many of our leaders have done before now, they go over there, they say, okay, we are going to bring power supply. We now know how we are going to do it. Clearly, we have seen that it's failed over and over again. And that's what I thought he has gone there to do, because every other speech he's made before now, he's never talked about the numbers. He's never actually talked about the necessary increase in number that Nigeria needs. And so far, he's just talking about police. He still wants to keep our military at 100,000. He's not thinking about any major dramatic change. He's just talking about police. That's what he's talking about. And when they keep doing this, They are trying to sell you short. You have to understand that. Don't fall for it, because when you fall for it, yeah, we'll get a little bit of improvement, but it's not going to change the dial. 600 years ago, the Mali Empire fell. When they fell, they were begging the Portuguese for gunpowder and guns to be able to defend their empire. You know what the Portuguese brought to them? The Portuguese were their friends. They just brought them gifts, but no weapons. That empire fell. 100 years later, the Songhai Empire faced the same problem. Instead of them to go and learn the technology within that 100 years to defend themselves, in other words, change their security posture, they never did. And they fell to about 1,000 and this cavalrymen and the people that came with cannon from Morocco. From then, 600 years till now, that dial has not moved in the hands of black people. We've never acquired the weapons of war for the day till today. We've never done that. We're even worse. We don't even have the security footing.
I thought we were talking about Peter Obi.
No, hold on. I'm trying to draw a context here. If you don't want to learn, it's up to you. No, if you don't want to learn, it's up to you not to learn.
No, it's fine. Don't personalize it, but bring it home quickly so I can go into Ajanle Koko to Niger.
Yeah, because the point I'm making here is very, very important. You know this thing. There are things that are more important than Peter Obi here. We are talking about our people, our men. 600 years, we've not been able to shift one thing, something that the Chinese, the Indians, and the North Koreans have been able to do. We've not been able to do it. The whole black nations.
All right. I see where you're going, and I think we're all on board with where you are actually going. You know, because the problems are a lot deeper. You are talking essentially about this dependency that the black people, especially within the African mix of it, that this dependency that they have surrendered themselves to are pretty much dependent on others, pretty much for everything.
It's crazy, and this is what informs the way we discuss everything. We expect that somebody come and tell them, give us power supply. We say, yeah, welcome, because we don't understand the context of everything.
All right. Thank you, Tunaja. So very well presented, even though a lot of people disagree with you, but the presentation nobody can disagree with. No, it's fine. No, or maybe you will catch on. So that's just it. It's in the debate. It's in the debate that will come to an understanding. But before I go on to Ajanle Koko, let me acknowledge super chats coming in. Of course, Alexander Gomez. First to Ralph, he was speaking. It says, Ralph, you are comparing Obi to Abiola. Come on now. That is a joke. Abiola was a national figure with a larger-than-life disposition, totally detribalized. So thank you for that. But I don't think Ralph was necessarily comparing Obi to Abiola, but he was comparing Kola Abiola, who is the PRP candidate, to Peter Obi, saying that it's just a satellite figure straddling daddy's name. So he says, Ralph, you are comparing Obi to Abiola. Come on now. That is a joke. Abiola was a national figure with a larger-than-life disposition, totally detribalized. So this is Alexander Gomez. Now, second super chat, of course, in the direction of Aizon, who he's always a fan of Aizon. We already know, so that hasn't changed. Aizon, you are a
thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
I appreciate you. So that is a pat on the back, somewhat from Alexander Gomez to Aizon. So from you to Niger to Ajanle Koko. So Ajanle Koko, as ever, we have a vast array of topics to talk about. But if we don't want to talk about Peter Obi, maybe we just don't put him, because as soon as you mention Peter Obi, there's nothing else to talk about. Because I don't want to call him divisive, but I would say of the moment hot topic, you know, with people having strong views for and against. But what are your views then on Obi promising to solve the electricity problem within 5 years, and that and any other of the topics that you want to touch on briefly? It's just our opening phase. Ajanle Koko.
Yeah, thank you, one man. Let me urge everybody listening to us around the world to be please click on the like button, share, and subscribe if you have not. Let me sing a little song. One man. Who can bring the light? Obi bring the light. Who will bring the light? Obi bring the light. Obi bring the light from Egypt. Hey, you did. Who can bring the light? Hey, Obi bring the light. Who can bring the light?
You don't do now. You don't do.
Obi bring the light from Egypt. Okay, I hope my Obi people will be happy with that. That's a good song for Obi right there. Yeah, Obi is bringing the light from Egypt. Yes, let's wait. You see, one man. Electricity problem in that country is constitutional. If you don't address the constitutional problem, you can't solve electricity problem in Nigeria. Electricity control and the management of our electricity is one of our 68, is among the 68 exclusive list. I didn't watch the interview of Obi they are talking about. If Obi in that interview did not mention about the constitutional problem attached to our electricity, that means that man doesn't understand the fundamental problem of electricity in that problem. Maybe one of those people that have watched it, they didn't mention about the constitutional problem attached to this electricity problem. If he did not, that man, that tells us it does not understand the problem. And when you don't understand the problem, you cannot solve the problem. So it is, if I'm given the assignment to write paper on the solution of our electricity, I don't need to travel anywhere before I can solve it. It is peculiar to us. It's a man-made, it's a Nigerian-made problem. We created this problem of this, our electricity, and it's we can solve it. And we know the only way we can solve it is to decentralize the generation, the distribution, and the other process with regard to providing electricity in that country. If it is not decentralized, there's no way you can get it. So if Obi is telling you or is telling us that he will solve it in 3 years, in 5 years,
We've lost you. I think you need to solve your electricity problems first, Ajanle Koko. It looks as though
you never have solution to it. Look, our national grid have collapsed 5 times this year alone. Currently, we don't have light in Nigeria because it collapsed last year. I don't know whether they fixed it, but last week it collapsed. The generation dropped from 3,007 to 9 megawatts. From 3,007 megawatt generation capacity to 9 megawatt generation capacity. That is a big problem for that country. And we ought to know, we need to know that this electricity problem is connected to our national security. When you don't have electricity, a country of us with no electricity, our national security is in jeopardy. Because without electricity, you can't have your industry, your production industry cannot work well. Your production capacity, you won't be able to attain the optimum capacity in your production capacity in your country. Your food production, everything, you can't attain the full capacity in your food food production, in your health care service, in production of goods and services. You can't attain anything. So it will definitely affect your economy seriously. So traveling to Egypt, I don't know, maybe he has special reason why he went there But to me, I don't think.
Did you not suggest? Did you, Ajale Koko? Did you not suggest that he went there to attend an AGM of a bank that he?
Yeah, that is what some people said, that he went to attend some AGM of a bank that is an investor and stuff like that. So, but we saw a picture when he was moving around the power plant. So that tells us that he actually went there for power plants, and maybe he went to do some other thing like as well. But let's give it to him that he went there. But if during that interview, this guy did not mention the constitutional problem that is attached to our electricity problem, that means that he doesn't understand the problem, and as such, he cannot find solution to the problem. So any leader that is telling you that he's going to solve it without saying that it's going to break up that centralization of this electricity provision of, with regard to generation, distribution, and every process connected to provision of electricity, doesn't understand the problem. Sowore said, this is what Sowore said. He said it categorically that the constitutional problem is going to address it. He said it that the constitution, we have to break down that constitution. We have to write a new constitution that will make Nigeria work. So if Obi is not talking about breaking that constitution, he is not a serious leader. He's not ready to do the job, because that is one thing that is holding the program.
Oh, sorry, Ajale Koko, does he have to break the constitution, or does he just have to uncouple some of these exclusive lists and then release them into the open market? So it's just really by facilitation of some legality, it can just uncouple, unbundle those spaces, you know.
We're breaking up the constitution. Breaking up the constitution means that we have to constitute a constituent assembly that will write a new constitution for Nigeria. And once that is done, this goddamn constitution that Nigeria is using, this fraudulent constitution that says on the first page that is written that we the people wrote this constitution. That lie, that fraudulent constitution, if we don't jettison that constitution, we're not going to get that country right. And that is what Sowore is saying. And he said it boldly. None of these people have the courage, including Obi, have ever said that, yes, they go to jettison the constitution. And when you don't have courageous leader saying it courageously, not afraid of any political repercussion, not afraid of speaking to political expediency, then you are not going to get a person that will really solve your problem well. So I don't know if he's talking of solving it. If he doesn't want to address the constitution, it's not going to solve it. That means it just lying to us. And
take a question from Aizon.
Okay, yeah.
Yes, good evening, sir. Hello.
Yes,
he wants to butter you up first. Go on, Aizon. Give it to him. Yeah?
Good evening, sir. No, I have to greet my Egbon before I talk. No, good evening, sir. Yes.
How you doing?
Just one very simple question, I beg. Do you have any criticisms of Omoyele Sowore at all?
Yeah, you can criticize him now if you want to.
No. I want to hear your criticisms of him.
Yes,
what do you think? What do you think he's not doing well? What do you think he can do better?
What do I think he can do better?
Give us 3 criticisms of Omoyele Sowore, and solid ones, not just
I've not seen him done anything wrong at all.
Oh God.
I don't have any criticism.
The perfect man.
It doesn't mean that. No, it doesn't mean that he's a perfect man. But I haven't seen him doing anything wrong at all in his pursuit to attain freedom for Nigerian people. He has not done anything wrong at all. It's Nigerian people that have not got it right.
It's Nigerian people that are not courageous people. It's Nigerian people that are not standing with him in fighting for their rights.
Do you think
sorry, Aizon, you know, if a Peter Obi fan said that, you will crucify them.
Thank you.
They can't find one criticism again. You will.
No. If you have, is the criticism you want to? Okay, tell me the criticism you have against Sowore.
His communication skills, his politicking, his lack of understanding of the dynamism of the day, him sticking to one space and expecting space to move and come and join him. You know, the combativeness, the aggression when it's not necessary. There's just so much to criticize.
Exactly, one man. And that's why I was asking him, because if Ajalo Gogo, you said that it's the electorate that is to blame because they don't want to follow him. So my question is, as a leader running for office, if the electorate is not picking up your message, maybe there's something wrong with your medium and your communication style that you need to change.
Okay, let me tell you this. Yes, some of you might look at it like that, but I see that Nigeria is a country where the truth, whoever that stands for the truth, Nigeria don't like it. Nigerians doesn't go for the truth. And that is why you have set of leadership everywhere. Set of leadership you have from the local government up to the federal, because they reflect who you are as people. You are never courageous people. You never want to say it the way it is. You never want to say the truth to power. You never want to stand on the street to demonstrate when your right being violated consistently. And this is what Sowore is doing. But you see some politician try to portray him, and some analysts will come on the radio, on the TV, will say, oh, he's not communicating his name. And it kind of resonates with you people, and you jump on the line with them. But I don't see anything that this guy is doing wrong. There's nothing that is doing wrong. What has he done? What has he said? In every step of the way, particularly the way he addressed all the problem of our country. But you don't want to jump into the ship with him, and that is why you can't get it right. As long as you want to follow the liars, the looters, and you can never get it right. I've not seen anything that is doing wrong. I don't see it until when and one thing I like him for is, and we can see it clearly, that this guy is a visionary leader. He refused from day one to align with criminals, political parties. You see the way that Obi is struggling. He's looking up. He's looking upward to Kwankwaso. Who is Kwankwaso? Is he not part of the political elite in Nigeria? Who is Obi himself? Is he not part of them? Obi is part of them. That's why he's looking up to those people, looking up to Kwankwaso to form alliance with him, to wrestle, in an effort to desperately looking for a way to satisfy his political ambition. No, you can't be desperate. Stand for your philosophy, stand for what you believe in, and continue to pursue your political ideology and the philosophy that you stand for. Continue to pursue it. It's a matter of time. It's a struggle. After some time, the people will continue. We start to realize that this man is standing for the truth, is standing for the right thing, and they will start to join you. That is what is happening with Sowore. Sowore is standing firm. He doesn't want to, because most of these political parties you have in Nigeria, most of them, even the Labour, they are infiltrated by this big party already. Nothing that this guy is doing there that they don't know. All his game, everything, all his strategy, these big parties, they are in the know of everything. They have agents there. So Sowore got it right, but it's you people, Nigerian people, that doesn't want to get it right. You still want to follow this politician, and as long as you continue to follow them, you can't find solution to your problem, to your political problem. So that's the way I see it, one man.
All right, brilliant.
So, on the issue of Wike, let me tell you, Wike, he should learn a lesson from Amaechi. Who is Amaechi in Nigerian politics today? Nobody. In his home state of Rivers, he cannot win election. If Wike should made a mistake, leave PDP, that will be the end of his political career. His power, his strength is in PDP. His investment.
But what has PDP given him?
PDP give him everything that he becomes today, politically. Right from the day one, as a local government chairman, as the minister, as SSG or commissioner, and as a governor today, PDP gave it to him. You can't win it at all times. Sometimes you will pursue an ambition and you fail. So it doesn't. This is the first time, anyway, that he's pursuing the presidential ambition.
So in terms of politics, I mean, the only space for him to go now is up. So he either goes to the Senate, he becomes a minister with the incoming, or he becomes the president or the vice. So he's gone for the presidency. He got stabbed in the back. He then got his wallet out to go for the vice presidential slot again, which all of the party favored, but he was stabbed again. So how many more times should he be stabbed within the PDP before he says enough is enough?
It's not been stabbed. It's not been stabbed. It's just going through a process and it's going through experiences. You see, Atiku has been pursuing this dream of becoming the president of Nigeria since 1991. Has he achieved it? No. That's you. To be number one in Nigeria, you have to go through experiences. So that is what he is going through now. And because he doesn't have it this time, he doesn't have number one, he doesn't have number two, doesn't mean that he cannot have it another time. He just have to remain a loyal party man. He is recognized, is known, his contribution is well recognized. But for the fact that he couldn't get it now doesn't mean that he cannot get it the next time. If Wike should move out of PDP, he will be shocked that most of the people that even support him in the state will turn against him and they will ridicule him and he become what
is it not already is it not an object is it not already an object of ridicule? It's already been ridiculed. Was this not the ridicule that chased Kwakwanso from whichever party he was into the relevance that he has now? Sometimes you have to make that move in order just to test your weight and potency.
Look, let me tell you, if he want to form his own party using Rivers State as a base, it's a different ball game. And then it can build up from there across the South, Niger Delta area. But if you want to move out from PDP to another party, like APC, he will be crushed politically and become an irrelevant politician in Nigeria. So he's still relevant now. You failed it. This is the first attempt for the position of president. He couldn't get it now, doesn't mean they cannot get it in the future. And he couldn't get it now, doesn't mean that he cannot align with another person. And the fact that he and Atiku cannot work together now doesn't mean that they cannot work in the future. But let me tell you this. I said it last time, why this guy couldn't get it. In 2018, he was opposition to Atiku. He supported Tambuwal. Very strong opposition. And he came in his own self this time around. Very, very frontal against Atiku. He made a lot of comments against Atiku. Look, that shows they are not in the same political camp.
Atiku said as much. I'm not sure if you heard the readout, but why Atiku rejected Wike as running mate? So a lot of what you're saying, in pretty much mirrors what you're saying when I read it out.
I said it right. I don't know, last week when we were talking about possibility why he couldn't get. So he has been very, very frontal against Atiku, and they are not in the same political camp within the PDP. And as such, you cannot empower somebody in the same political camp, not in the same political camp, with the most exalted position, second most exalted position in the country. It doesn't work like that. Ibori is in the same political camp within PDP with Atiku. Same with, what do you call this guy? The guy he picked as the number 2. So, Okowa. So, look, Wike have to look at himself. If he's doing it right, if he communicates right or communicates wrongly most of the time, and he need to reassess himself. The way he talks too much. You are the one that, yes, you helped Obaseki to power. But then, when there was disagreement, you started saying a lot of things about Obaseki. I'm the one that put him there. I spent a lot of money. Oh, he's a useless man. You started abusing his vice governor. That look at that ordinary vice. Talking. And then you jump on other people. You fought against all people, all the leaders in the South that are supposed to have supported you. You are not in good relationship with you. And then when you went to primary, people that are not in a good relationship, how do you expect them to support you? You went to Anambra State, right in front of all the Anambra people. You are telling them that, oh, Obi, forget about Obi. That one is just he doesn't know what he's doing. You don't talk about the son of the soil in front of their people. You don't demean him in front of their people. Is the son, whether you like it or not, Obi is the son of the soil in Anambra State. And you went to campaign to his own people, and you are telling them right in their faces that, no, that one is a boy. Don't even think about it. Respect him in front of his people. These are the things that he has done wrong for himself. So Wike has a lot of things to do. He has a lot of work to do in his own public relation ability, public relation skill. He needs to improve on that in order to have good friendliness with people around him and with his political and the power that be politically around the country, particularly within the PDP. So that is the thing I see about Wike. Wike must not leave PDP. He's a strong, and he could still be rewarded with a very strong ministerial appointment if Atiku wins. So he has to keep it calm. He has said it openly on TV. I'm not moving anywhere. I am the most committed. So he has to stand by what he believes in, and he has to stick to it.
All right. Well done. So excellent presentation as always with Ajanle Koko. No holds barred. That is what you get with that. You will not agree often with a lot of what Ajanle Koko says, but you cannot dispute the honesty with which he expresses it. So that's Ajanle Koko. Let's go on from Ajanle Koko to Ifeanyi. So Ifeanyi, you have the floor now. There's just so many talking points, but I suspect you are only going to one. So what are your thoughts then on the conversation so far? Ifeanyi, good to have you.
Yeah. Good evening, everyone. And I urge the listeners to click on the subscribe button, like the channel, and also share to invite more people to this channel. So I've been hearing everybody speak, and I've been, blessed by the different opinion and different ideas and then from everybody. But there's one thing I want to mention. In respect to what Ajanle Koko said, yes, a lot of people don't understand the issue that is going on in Nigeria concerning power. Yes, there's a constitutional part of it that is affecting us. But first of all, Nigeria, we have power in Nigeria, but not steady electricity. That is what we have. It's there. First of all, there are two lines in Nigeria. We have the state line and the federal line. I can categorically tell you that there are places in Nigeria where people have almost 20 hours of light. Some people might have 24 hours of light. And that light is gotten from the federal line. If you have your own, if you can buy a transformer, they will connect you to that line. So that is it. So the places where the line that they don't have steady power supply is the state line, which is the normal masses. So this is how it works. Yes, the national grid always falls down and always collapses, but they bring it back up the next day. So the truth about the matter is this. First of all, I agree with one thing. We need to decentralize the electricity this thing section in Nigeria. Every state should generate their own electricity, but it would be funny to tell you that there are actually companies owned by Nigerians that actually produce over 40,000 megawatts of this in electricity. Actually, Nigeria generates around, let me say, 12,000 megawatts, but only dispatch 4,000 megawatts. What does that tell you? If you're generating 12,052 megawatts, why are they dispatching only 4,000? It comes with the policy. They need to change the policy. What does the policy say? Now, it doesn't give individuals the right to. Yes, you can get let me say, the license to generate electricity, but it doesn't give individuals like private companies the right to distribute that electricity that they generate. Why? First, the infrastructure. It is a centralized infrastructure which was developed, which was done by the federal government, and according to the Constitution, it's the federal government that owns that right to handle the distribution of the power supply. So now that infrastructure cut across every nook and corners in Nigeria. And now let's look at the accessibility of the electricity that's being generated. Only 60% of that 4,000 watts is actually accessible. From that 60%, 86% goes to the urban areas and 34% goes to the rural areas. So if you look at it, what are the means of the generating that electricity? We have hydro, we have gas, wind, solar, and then others, which is diesel. So now, from my own, I want people to really understand what is going on with the electricity power in Nigeria. People need to get the insight of it. First, for it to work, if we decentralize it and make other states generate their electricity. If you check the top richest state, top 20 richest states in Nigeria, only few have the revenue to do that. Some states don't have the revenue because they depend on federal allocation to generate that electricity, to have the money to do the infrastructure. Now, the infrastructure that is already in each state is owned by the federal government. It's already a centralized way of working. So now who is going to pay for it? The state will need to pay for those infrastructures and now own the infrastructure. Or they generate the money, revenue, to create their own infrastructure. And if they're doing that, what will happen to the infrastructure that's already there? So now those infrastructure is being owned by the federal government. And people who are benefiting.
No, the federal government has to divest it now.
No, I'm making a point. What I'm trying to say is the federal government is in charge of it. So, and there are people behind, people that we don't see, who make money from that infrastructure because it needs to be maintained. So this is it. If now you're staying in a place where, for example, in Abuja, the ADDC, they only give light to places where they pay and buy more prepaid credit units. So areas that people don't really buy credit units, they don't give them light. And that is how it works in Nigeria. So the people that normally distribute like the ADC and different states have their own, part of the power holding. They only give to people where they normally buy those units. So if you're in an area where people, like in the ghetto, all those places where people don't buy constant unit all the time, they won't give you light. If you don't have a meter, a prepaid meter, you will not have light because they don't want to deal with this estimated bill anymore. So that is the way the thing works. The truth about the factor of the matter, when it comes to electricity, you need to face the politics in it because there are people in Nigeria behind closed doors who make money from that being there. We are also not forgetting the fact that there are people who import generators, you have the mechanos and the rest. They make money from it. In this sense, for a normal man who doesn't have a car, he maybe has past my neighbor generator. He might be buying fuel 1,000 naira. Calculate it, 1,000 every day times 30 days. That's 30,000, and he doesn't even have a car. So that also to enables people buy fuel. And buying of fuel, putting it in the generator is also a point of revenue. So it is a broad issue in Nigeria. Some politicians will not even talk about it because some of them benefit from it. But if they talk about it, you are addressing some people that are behind closed doors, that know your plan, and they will never allow you to get there. That's why I think Oshorole gets it wrong. He shouldn't be exposing some of his, what he wants to do. He should keep it within. Play with the politics. That's why I agree with you, one man. He should change his dynamics in doing his politics. Get there and then tackle this issue. So that's the way the thing works. So there's a lot of things going on. It is more political and it has its constitutional part. And there are people who make money from us not having that steady electricity. But I can tell you there are places in Nigeria where they have 24 hours light. Me,
like where?
I've tried to, like for example in Abuja now, there are some places, even in Kubwa, where they have 24 hours light, like they call the place F01, they call the place Arab Road. They have more light than places like Phase 4, Phase 3 within Kubwa, which is in FCT in Abuja. So in Abuja now, places like Asokoro, Aso Drive, those places are close to the presidential area, the main town, my town. Those people have more light than people that stay, and let me say Jabi and all those other areas. In Port Harcourt, I've seen it.
There's a place in Benin too.
I don't know about Benin, but in Port Harcourt, there are places in GRA where they have 24 hours light. Those people connect themselves to the federal lines. You see some houses will just be having 24 hours light, and you'll be wondering, what are these people using? You will not hear any sound of generator.
Yeah, if I even in Bayelsa, the places that are close to the oil installations, like Bonny, Brass, they have 24-hour electricity because of the natural gas the oil companies use.
Exactly. And those natural gas are part of the people that generate, that is part of the sector that generates electricity, like I mentioned. So the thing about this stuff is we have the capacity, we can do it, but the fact is they won't tell you the truth. I'm the one telling the truth because I've done my research, I've asked, and I've lived in several parts in Nigeria, and I've noticed and I've seen. I even spoke to someone in the powerhouse, and they've broken this thing down to me that this is the real issue, but nobody wants to speak about it because people in politics, in the high ups, are actually benefiting and making money. The maintenance money the government pays to maintain the infrastructure, they make money from it. And another thing, the infrastructure they use in generating this 12,000 watts, which they actually dispatch 4,000, which is what we use, is getting old. That is why it collapsed. It can't handle it. So they need to, even when they sign the money to do it, they don't use that money to do anything. They only just do few maintenance and eat the money. That is the reality of fact. So people need to understand. So that's just the thing. So we're having issues in Nigeria when it comes to electricity. I just need people to get this fact about it to understand the level so we can address it at a particular time.
All right. So, sorry, thank you, Fanny. We'll still do the rounds, but I want to hear every voice. But okay. the essential uptake from you is really aligned with what Ajande Koko said, that really if they have to untangle so many things from that exclusive list and let every region, because even if a region is able to generate electricity and another region cannot, then you can have a buyer-seller relationship. So it doesn't mean somebody gets left behind. So the people that can generate it, and they sell it on to the people who cannot generate it but have a need for it. So if they're selling it to them, then they can grow their own economy to the point that so it's really that constitution is really
the constitution. The constitution and the policy, because I know people you can generate, but if you want to distribute, you have to sell it to the discos, you have to sell it to them, and that is selling it to the federal government. Yes, you sell it to them, but will they emit it? Imagine they only dispatch 4,000 out of 12, for example. Now, just imagine why are they doing that?
No, but that's a lack of capacity rather than lack of will now, because I've had a conversation around that electricity space before, And what they're saying is they are doing it in two phases. First, they spent their money on generation, and now the next phase is distribution.
Yeah, so for what I'm saying is, the point I'm trying to make is, before we got to this state where the infrastructure for the distribution becomes an issue and the policy becomes an issue, there was a point where we could have done it, but they refused to do it. So now distributing it, it's quite easy. They can distribute it, but the fact is the policy doesn't allow it.
It's not easy because it's an infrastructural spend. It's almost as much a spend, if not. It's actually more expensive probably to distribute it because they have to network it all the way through the country.
No, now see what I'm telling you. We already have that infrastructure. The
you said it's dilapidated and decayed. So
what is dilapidated is the national grid. That is it. That's what they need to work on and change it. But the transmission, the wiring, it's already there. It has been done over years. That's what I'm trying to say. So now let them fix the national grid. That is a problem. If they fix it, it will affect the generator sector. People who import it, and people who also affect the consumption of petrol, because an average man that doesn't have a car would buy fuel maybe 1,000 naira every day.
I've said once, Ifeanyi, that solving the electricity problem it's a 30 to 50,000 naira gift to every Nigerian household. So you've just described how everybody has spent 1,000 naira a day on petrol for generators. So remove that, and then that's 30,000 more back in their pocket. And then if they have steady electricity, they are able to bulk buy food more and store it more because they know they have. So that's another. So it's actually money in the pocket of Nigerians. And then the impact on health, even all those films.
You're right.
That one item.
You're right. But now, how will you tackle the consumption of petrol? Because that adds to the consumption of petrol, and they need people to buy petrol.
Yeah, so that will bring the price of petrol down, surely.
And they won't want that to happen.
Why not?
Because they are it's corruption. They are making money off it.
Sometimes I think we run away with these conspiracy theories,
It's not a conspiracy theory. The truth is not a conspiracy theory. If you've been in Nigeria, you ask yourself those questions. And if you've been with people, discuss this thing with people in power that are truly honest with you, they will let you know the truth. Because it is how some people make money. It's the truth. That's how some people make money in Nigeria.
All right.
For the electricity issue, that's it. I'll just stop on that particular one.
All right. I'll still come back to you, but let me go on to Hezon. Just a plethora of topics to talk about, but I think everybody is rested on one topic. You have the floor, but I suspect you might well go to where everybody has gone to. Peter will be promising that magic. They call it a magic, a snake oil salesman, sort of a magic 8-ball, abracadabra. So the magic tricks have begun again. Electricity within 5 years in a 4-year administration. Only Peter Obi is on.
Yeah, it's one of those things where I don't want to criticize him too much because clearly he's done some research and he's done some homework. And he's, been to Egypt. He went personally to their power facility, was able to see, how they operate and how they were generating power, and he thinks, and he's been in government. Remember, he was an economic advisor under Goodluck Jonathan's administration. He actually, in the interview, he talked about how Okonjo-Iweala was advising us to save money during Goodluck's administration, how they refused to listen to her and how it has cost us tremendously. So the man has some background. If he was just some kind of average politician spouting off about, I'm going to produce power in 5 years, there's no background, there's no anchor to where that information is coming from, he hasn't served as an executive, then, I'll be a little bit questionable about, I'll say, sir, where is this information coming from? Why should we believe you? And even one man, it is justifiable for anyone to question the timeline he has given us for power, like you are doing rightfully so. Everyone, that is a justifiable question to ask him. Okay, you say you're going to provide power to us in 5 years. Why? These are the challenges we've had. It hasn't been done since the 1960s. Why do we believe that in 5 years you are going to come in and somehow magically solve this problem? And it's up to Peter Obi to convince the electorate that no, here's why. And here's why you should believe that I can do it. And you should vote for me based on that. But in terms of him saying that, I think there's a basis for him to say that, one man. And because of that basis, true or false, because none of us really know, let's be honest. But because of that basis, he went to Egypt. He has studied economies in other countries. And if you notice, the one thing I personally like about Peter Obi when he compares to other countries, he doesn't do it with highly developed, so-called first world nations. He does it with the likes of Malaysia, Indonesia, Bangladesh, Colombia, Brazil, and now Egypt. So he's doing it with countries that are on kind of a similar plane of development with serious economic challenges and how they've been able to come out of those challenges. So when he says that, I won't lie to you, I'm leaning likely to believe him, but there is some bias in my lean. But it also has to do with the fact that he has some background, he has done some research. So I'm not going to totally dismiss it.
All right, well put. But how does it fit 5 years into a 4-year term is the thing?
He's going to change the constitution and add 1 more year to his first term.
But Adam Lekoko's argument that if he did not start off with the constitution, then you can disregard everything that he has to say, because the Nigerian electricity problem really vested in that constitution than really in anything that you'll find in Egypt.
Yes, the constitution is a problem, but one man, you can also make the argument that based on our faulty constitution, we shouldn't even be having an election to start with, right? Pa Ayo Adebanjo has said so much, and I agree with him on that. While we're playing a game right now where the rules are against us, you know, the foundation of 1999 constitution has been faulty. So everything we're doing right now, whether it's state police, whether it's our electoral system, whether it's power, whether it's judicial system, almost everything we operate under right now is being operated under a pseudo dictatorial system. So if we want to go with that argument, then let's cancel the whole election, which is what some people are saying in Nigeria. Let's not even have an election. This election is a sham because we're going into an election under a system that is not working in our favor. Our people are getting killed almost every week. So, you know, that argument, you can make it. Yes, the constitution should be changed. Yes, we should go back to a federation type of system. But the reality of the fact is, one man, this is where we are. This is our reality right now. Whether we make the noise or not, and you and I know Nigerians are not going to take the necessary action to change things or stop the election. It's not like everybody's going to stop voting. They're going to vote. They're still going to take money to vote. So essentially what will happen is, you know, people are going to participate, and because they participate, at the end of the day,
your daughter makes more sense than you. That's the most sensible comment we've ever heard on your phone, and it's from your daughter. I agree with what she's saying. I disagree with what you are saying.
It's my son. He should be in bed right now, but it's okay. But yeah, it's the situation we're faced with. I know people have talked. Even Pa Ayo Adebanjo was saying that this election shouldn't hold the constitution. Some people have said it, but the reality is, whether they like it or not, the election is going to hold. So it's up to us to decide who are we going to vote for, and let's look realistically at our options for people that have a chance of winning. You know, and personally, my personal opinion is, when you look at the landscape, Peter Obi is the best option. You know, when you look at whether, even if you want to throw Showore into that landscape, you know,
do you think Peter Obi has a better plan than Atiku?
I do.
You do?
Yes.
Do you know Atiku's plan?
That's the problem right there, one man. You see my point? One of my biggest issues with Atiku and Tinubu is that they don't even bother trying to sell their ideas to the electorate. It bothers me to my bones that they're not going out trying to sell themselves. It's almost like they don't feel they need to. it's very disturbing. And if I'm wrong, please someone correct me. But it almost seems like if you look at Tinubu's public appearances, he's not trying to sell some policy agenda of how he will transform Nigeria.
I think we're selling the policy agenda. It's just that you are not paying attention to it.
One man, I've listened. Please send me something. Let me be corrected. I would love to listen to what he has to say. And maybe it might change, maybe to change my perception on him.
Okay, I'll give it to you, and then you tell me if it stands up more than Peter Obi's agenda.
Sure.
So here it is. Atiku moves over privatizing refineries, rail, TCN in a 3-point agenda. So he has a 3-point agenda, and this is really off the back of a thing that he's always promoted. The presidential candidate of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, Abubakar Atiku, has rolled out a 3-point agenda targeting privatization of refineries, rail sector, the transmission company of Nigeria, and breaking monopoly of all other infrastructure operations. According to his tweet on Thursday, Atiku said his economic agenda has a comprehensive objective of providing. Sorry, can you mute yourself for a moment?
Sure.
Yeah. According to his tweet on Thursday, Atiku said his economic agenda has a comprehensive objective of providing a more hospitable environment for businesses to thrive and create jobs and wealth for Nigerians. And to achieve this, I have 3 guiding principles to go by, he stated. The first is his reaffirmation of the criticality of private sector leadership and greater private sector participation in development. While doing this, he also hopes to reposition the public sector to focus on its core responsibility of facilitation and enabling the appropriate legal and regulatory framework for rapid economic and social development. He said his second economic agenda is to break government monopoly in all infrastructure sectors, including the refineries, rail transportation and power transmission, and give private investors a larger role in funding and managing the sectors, thus emulating the benefits accrued in the oil and gas and telecom sectors. The third agenda of the PDP presidential flag bearer and former vice president of Nigeria is to allow the market greater leverage to determine prices. He said this will eliminate the persistent price distortion occasioned by current interventionist exchange rate management policy. The government intervention, where absolutely necessary, will be done responsibly and judiciously, he noted. Correspondents report that the concept of private infrastructure privatization became visible under former President Obasanjo and Vice President Atiku Abubakar, a policy that saw the liberalization of the telecom sector as well as the housing sector. So it's a liberalization and privatization is Atiku's policy. And I think that thrust imminently more sensible than going to Egypt to yam yam.
Well, Peter Obi's plan is not just going to Egypt to yam yam now. There's a lot more to it. The Egyptian thing was to get hard data on how he will transform the power sector. But there's one thing we can all agree on, everyone on this platform, is that when it comes to economic policies and the economy, we know Peter Obi is more seasoned than Atiku Abubakar. There's no argument about that. He's done it as executive. Atiku Abubakar has not done it as an executive. Atiku Abubakar was a vice presidential person with OBJ, and we all know the vice presidential role is pretty much a ceremonial role in Nigeria. So he's given this plan, and it seems to me from what you said, it's a lot centered. It's kind of like the US system, a lot centered around liberalization and privatization.
Can I interject 1 minute, one man?
Just a second, Ajanku. So it's surrounded. It seems like it's based on liberalization and privatization schemes, which is kind of heavily based in the capitalist system of government that I'm pretty familiar with, that the US runs. The thing about Nigeria with that kind of scheme is one has to be very careful, because you're dealing with a populace that majority of which lives below the poverty line. And if you privatize majority of public utilities, people close to Atiku Abubakar will be controlling public utilities for Nigeria, of which majority of the population is not going to be able to pay for. Nigeria needs a capitalist system, but to a certain degree. I think it needs a combination of a capitalist system and also elements of socialism in there as well, primarily for healthcare, education, because we have to bring a lot of people into a certain educational standard, and we have to improve the healthcare in the country.
Take a position from Ajani Koko. Take a position from Ajani Koko.
Sure.
Ajani Koko.
Yes, Aizon, you said that Atiku had not managed state before. He was just vice president, and vice president means nothing. The position of vice president is bigger than the position of governor, and the responsibility there is bigger than that, the responsibility of the governor, because as a vice president, he oversees a lot of government agencies and parastatals, and as well as the head of the economic council of the country. It's a position of influence. It's a very strong position. And that's a position waiting for president. Number 2 in line. Anything happen to president, yes, he will step in as anything happen to the president, will step in as the president of the country. So it's a big position. People should not be calling or saying this as a position that carries no. It's a position with nothing. So it's bigger than the position of governor. I have more responsibility than governor. As you see, it's right there. So I just want to chip in that.
Okay. Well, Ajani Koko, all due respect, but I disagree. I think if you look at a vice president, at the end of the day, he can suggest certain policies, he can suggest certain things, but at the end of the day, it has to go through his executive. He's not the executive. He's not the final decision maker. In Anambra State, Peter Obi was the final decision maker. Peter Obi was the executive. Peter Obi created the overall structure. Nothing in that state will be passed without his say-so. So if you were to look at the comparison of both of them, I look at Peter Obi of someone that has been very successful at a pilot phase of running Nigeria. Very successful.
Can you say that though? Sorry, I beg your pardon, but can you say that? Because Peter Obi essentially managed a mono-ethnic state. So how is he able to manage the complexity of the diversity of Nigeria? He's never experienced that before.
Yeah, that's a valid question. And the answer to that is the powers of the Nigerian president. Yes, it was a mono-ethnic state in Igbo State. I'll give you an example. Buhari right now, in my opinion, the worst president in Nigeria's history, is managing a highly multi-ethnic state with very, very diverse complexities. And he just does whatever he wants. And no one could hold him accountable. No one could do anything to him, right? The Nigerian president is almost a monarch. Almost. The powers of the Nigerian presidents are almost infallible. He's one of the most powerful presidents in the world. And I think
they say he is.
Yeah, the military set it up that way purposely, because they were like, okay, wow, we'll leave office, but then whoever will put in charge will almost be like a dictator anyway.
So he will manage the country brutishly. Is that
brutishly? I mean, look at Buhari. Buhari doesn't even feel the need to address anyone. He doesn't. At one point, the House called him in to come and talk about.
I'm asking. Are you saying Peter Obi would manage the country brutishly in the?
No. What I'm saying is, yes, in Anambra, it was a mono-ethnic state in just the Igbos, right? So someone can say, okay, he didn't have the ethnic challenges, but at the federal level, right? I'm not saying he'll be brutish. But I'm saying having the powers of the executive at the federal level, he has a lot of latitude to be able to pass policies and get things done. It's not like the American president where if you have Republicans in the Senate, you're pretty much screwed. The Nigerian president is extremely powerful. So most of the things he's saying that he can get done, whether or not he does it, we'll see. But if he becomes president, but I believe if he is in that office, he can actually get them done. And the reason why I'm looking at him a little favorably is because at a pilot level, he has shown success, not just a little success. From a state going at 26th in the country in education to number 1 is a huge feat. To be able to take.
Has that been verified? Because they've run that a lot. Has that been verified?
Yeah, it has.
I don't even know why we keep celebrating mediocrity. We are talking about a country where Ghana surpasses us in JAMB exams. They score about the top 30 positions. This is mediocrity we are celebrating here. Let's not miss
one man. Let me give you an analogy. Wait, guys.
They dominate the whole thing.
Okay, wait. So let me give you an analogy. This claim that is mediocrity. Let me give you an example, an analogy here that will fit. If you take someone that weighs 300 pounds, right, and you get them a personal trainer, and in two months, the person drops almost 100 pounds and now they weigh 200 pounds. But they're still heavier than someone who weighs 120 pounds, or most of the population weighs 120. Should we criticize that person that just lost 100 pounds that they were celebrating mediocrity? So in essence, in essence, you have a guy. In essence, you have a guy that you have 36 states in a country. Your state is ranked number 26. You take them to number 1, right? That is a successful feat. I fail to see how anyone could call that mediocrity. That's not being mediocre at all. That is being successful. By your standard,
there's nothing like mediocrity then.
No, not by my standard. My measurement is based on success. Mediocre. It's based on success of hard numbers, my friend. It's not based on my standard. This isn't my standard.
Not compared to Ghana.
We're not comparing Ghana. We're comparing what he did with that particular.
So I'm just saying you should not.
We're not comparing to Ghana, my friend.
They are all breathing the same air like we do.
We can compare Ghana to the US or Ghana to Malaysia. Right?
Yes,
that doesn't make any sense.
But sorry, you can do. Please do.
Hold on, Aizon. Do you know what a true Scotsman's fallacy is? A true Scotsman's fallacy.
No, please enlighten me.
No, I wanted to look it up, but
one man, can I say something?
I was, but you know, if you feel it's more important, if you feel it's more important, then you can. Okay, go on, Silvala.
Okay, nothing here like you have been telling to Nigeria and many other persons tell to Nigeria about light. In Ghana, they have constant lights whereby everybody can use their system, go to internet study. Compared to Nigeria where there is no light, you are comparing it with Nigeria. Nigeria students, they are trying. They don't have any resources.
Is it not the same air they are breathing?
No, hold on now, please, sir. Now you are comparing you are only hammering on security. You forget.
Yes.
On education. And what brings education is light.
All right.
Yes, but the reason why we are not getting it is still the same problems that is plaguing us. We keep celebrating mediocrity constantly. Yes, it's good to encourage somebody that is doing the right thing. It's all good. Anambra is still having power issues. If I was in Anambra, I could get mobile power plants to help with the power supply that they have.
States don't control their own power, my friend.
They do have power lines. I thought somebody just mentioned that they have
there's a federal grid now.
Federal grid. At the same time, they have this in every area gets power supply in certain capitals. So you can supply that power when there's power shortfall.
All right, we're debating somewhat, and there's still quite a few people.
Mama, you're about to tell me what is Scotsman's.
It's essentially.
For me, I feel like all this type of discussion is like we're just massaging ourselves, and this whole thing is going to repeat itself in the next 8 years again. Nobody is taking anything seriously.
Okay, where would you like us to be in the conversation tonight?
Change things for good.
That's an ambiguous statement. Be more specific.
Exactly.
You look at things that are actually going to work and make ambitious decisions to change things. When somebody is talking I want to be specific. Now, can you let me talk?
Yeah, go on.
When we are trying to be specific about stuff, if he was talking about whether we should go and start thinking about dictatorial systems in the context of Africa with all our diversity, especially in Nigeria, that is a terrible idea. We should be looking at, okay, how do we start forming a healthy country like any other nation? And I keep telling you, if you don't deal with your security aspect and you don't deal with your transparency aspect, Nigeria is going to be stalled because people don't trust the government. I just watched the video. That's why I was quiet for a long time.
All of those things.
I was quiet for 1 hour. I was quiet for 1 hour.
All right. Okay, good.
I was quiet for 1 hour. I watched that video. I watched the video of him talking. Pardon?
Before the 1 hour, and there are a lot of people here who have not even spoken.
For 1 hour? Okay, let them talk then. Let them talk. I don't know.
All right, but back to you, Aizan. But the true Scotsman's fallacy is essentially moving the goalpost. It's just it's an example of a logical fallacy. So they say, like a Scots person, for instance, they are so proud that a Scotsman would never do any wrong. So they go round, and if they see wrongdoing, they say, oh, a proud Scotsman. They say, oh no, a Scotsman would never do that. A Scotsman would never do that. A Scotsman would never do that. So now this Scotsman, then he came across a wrongdoing that was so gruesome, but it was categorical that a Scotsman did it. So he was caught in a moment of just his worldview challenged. So in a flick of an eye, he then said he may be a Scotsman, but it's not a true Scotsman. So that's a true Scotsman's fallacy. So you can use that endlessly to move the goalpost. So it was when
I don't know what you are referring to here. I don't know what you are referring to. And I'm having a conversation with Aizan.
Okay, I'm going to have to step you down a little bit if you don't calm yourself down. Please let us. It's 10 voices here, so let's hear others as well. He asked me what I was referencing, and I just told him. You're asking us to widen the conversation to sweep up all of the entirety, and I'm asking you to be specific, and you were not exactly being specific. So,
because I was stopped. Because they said after 1 hour that I didn't say anything, that others have not said something. So I thought, okay, maybe they should talk. I don't want to take anybody's time. I don't understand how this can go around for 1 hour. One person will not say something, and it looks like they are still interjecting.
All right, back to you, Aizan. Carry on, Aizan.
No, the central point of the educational progress that he made is progress is progress. You know, if someone comes, and it's measurable, right? So if someone comes into a position and that place is maybe ranked 30th in something, and the person is able to work hard and take it from 30th to 29th or to even to 20th, we can't deny the fact that that person was successful in that particular metric. Now, whether some other countries are doing better, that's fine. But at that particular time, he was successful in doing that. That is the point that people make when they say Peter Obi took education from 26 to number 1. So I think, but the greater point in comparing him to Atiku Abubakar, which is where we were, is that Atiku, yes, in rhetoric, we all know what one man just read to me.
And in action, because they cited incidents of liberalization, especially in the telecom space.
Under OBJ's administration, right?
Well, but it was a portfolio under him.
Yeah, well, okay.
Not under OBJ, but under direct supervision of Atiku.
As part of the head of the Economic Council, right?
Yeah, yes.
Okay. So I think if people want to give him that, okay, fine. They can give him the telecom thing. But we all know that whatever agreement, whatever policy he came up with.
And by the way, all the people were championing in Nigeria as well. They were headhunted by Atiku. Madam Ngozi, Akinwumi, all those people that we celebrate. Yeah.
Okay. So I mean, I don't know too much about that space. So if that's what happened, then yes, you can give him credit for that, and he deserves the kudos for that as a VP if he did do that. I don't know too much about it, so I can't dispute it. What I can say is that if I was to look at both of them, I would personally take someone who was an executive who went into a state that was in turmoil and brought it out and put it in every metric you can possibly imagine on a better light. Plus, I'm not an ethnic bigot in any way, but I think we just had 8 years of a Fulani person,
and now we're there. Where you were going all the way. Look at that, and there it is.
One man. No, but the truth about this is, if someone was to ask me,
we've had 8 years of Yoruba, we've had 8 years of Mala.
No, but if someone was to ask me, this is my personal stance, okay, based on everything I've observed that's going on in Nigeria right now. If someone was to ask me, who would you pick right now out of the 3 candidates, I'll say my number 1 is Peter Obi, my number 2 is Tinubu, and my number 3 is Atiku. Even though Tinubu, I will bite my tongue and swallow it before I vote, but he will be my number 2. Because at the end of the day, we need change. We need change. One ethnicity cannot continue to have a lot of political power. And Atiku, as non-tribalistic and as Nigerian as people claim he is, at the bottom line, at the end of the day, he's a Fulani man, and he's loyal to his ilk. And we are being assaulted right now by people that are so-called hiding in our bushes, by radicalization. I think we need a change. We need new air. We do, desperately. And if it's not Peter Obi, then it
is it not Fulani man that solved
Niger
problem, Niger Delta militancy problem? Is it not a Fulani man that solved it?
Who in Yaradua?
Yes. Is it not on that?
But you're neglecting the fact. Wait.
Jonathan to the creek.
Exactly. You're neglecting the fact that our brother was his VP. So in one instance, wait, Ajalegogo, my brother, wait.
He would have still done it if he had the political will.
Ajalegogo, you see what you're doing. In one instance, you're giving a VP credit in Atiku. In another instance, you're taking away credit.
Please, can I just
understand? So
no. What I'm saying, because you are saying a Fulani man. You don't think they can solve problem. And I was trying to let you know.
I didn't say that.
That was just an aside anyway. So
I didn't say that. I said we need fresh air. I said we have a lot of issues right now. Because okay, this is the question I'll ask you. Let us imagine. One man, please. I promise. I'm wrapping up. Yeah, I'm wrapping up.
Tony wants to speak.
Yeah, I'm wrapping up. Let me just put this.
Quite a few people are still not speaking.
Okay, and I'll ask everyone on this platform and everyone in the chat this question. I'll ask everyone this question: if Buhari was a Yoruba man and Sunday Igboho and his clique were going around Nigeria attacking people and displacing people from their homes, do you think this country will vote another Yoruba man into power? Be honest about yourself.
Buhari can't be Yoruba man. So he can't be Yoruba man. Please.
No, it's a rhetorical. It can be a Yoruba man now if he's born in Yoruba land.
Ola, come on. You know what I mean?
I know what you are saying. I'm just denying name directly. How can we have such kind of a person?
Well, Ganduje is a Yoruba man, so why can't Buhari be a Yoruba man? God forbid. The IFC were loyal.
We don't have those kind.
It's even more senior than you in Yoruba land. Ganduje is more senior than you in Yoruba land.
We don't have such backward people, please. Don't even mention Yoruba when you mention those people. Those people are fraud. You know, Buhari is a fraud. Ganduje is a fraud. Even a Miloko of Nigerian land, we know he's a thief, but it will never be as backward as those people you just mentioned. Please,
he's a Lagosian. So he's going to have
to describe Ganduje as backward. I don't think Ganduje is backward, but that's
Buhari. Let's even forget
that's my own personal prejudice. But let's take Tony's comments and then go on to Ola. So Tony, you wanted to say?
Yes, sir. Thank you very much, sir. So what I always say there is very right, and then so for Janiko could just come in like that, it's like yesterday's discussion which almost went out of point because of but Wama was able to manage it towards the end of the show yesterday. And listening when Solis was speaking, everybody was speaking, and then but all of the Solis Janiko would just come in, and then but what I'm trying to say is that the Niger Delta people did not start to fight each other. We did not go to another bush to go and occupy their places. We did not start. So what is Yar'Adua said is to just to rescue, to save Nigerian people, other Nigerians that doesn't own these resources, and they keep on dominating it. If you just go to our place is just it should be degraded. These people they host all the oil wells and all the gas pipelines. They manage it, all the whole NNPC.
We can barely hear you, Tony, but we know what you're saying. Let's just divide it. Yes.
Yeah. So let me speak a little bit louder. So
it's your network.
My network is not good. I will try to adjust my. Hold on, sir. One second, sir. Sorry.
All right. Let's go on to Ola. So Ola, you have the floor, and you know what the talking points are. So address it succinctly, so we can make sure we hear everybody else. So to you, Ola.
You see, I will start from that. Obi on electricity. Do I believe Obi can provide electricity within 5 years? I would say yes. Within 5 years doesn't mean that it's going to spend 5 years. So let's just be fair to the man. You see, what Obi will be inheriting regarding that power will be someone that we necessarily not need to reinvent the wheel, because some of these jobs have been done there. When you see most of these plans they are installing today, they were all those plans that were already procured by Obasanjo administration. It was because of the lack of visibility study, a proper visibility study that time. They got the strategy wrong. Now, as you speak today, if the alleged statement by KPMG is to be believed, Nigeria currently has 18,000 megawatts capacity as of March 2022. So that is saying a lot. But why all those Genco and all those people, all those private participants were able to raise the installed capacity? The federal government is holding on to the transmission infrastructure. That is where the problem is. Some people, they are seeing that thing as a bad try, something that they cannot let go. You've allowed telecom to go. You've allowed port everything to go. But you see, NNPC, the refinery, and every other thing that are still left, those are the things they are holding on to. They don't want all those things to go. So, do I think if Obi get to this place, it will be able to resolve it? Yes, of course. I totally believe he can do that. And how will he do that? The first question I will ask is this: even though telecommunication situation is still under the exclusive list, but they still manage to bring out some kind of legislation that were able to have developed telecommunication sector in Nigeria. So the same way too, as that thing is under the exclusivity of the federal government, they were able to license some Genco, some Disco, but the federal government said, no, I just want to be monitoring your output. I want to be monitoring the money so that I can still have something to hold on to. And this is the only backward area in the entire power sector development. The transmission, they are not doing anything despite budgeting huge resources to that aspect. They are not doing anything. So if Peter Obi comes around that place, and say, okay, I want to unbundle this thing, or I want to get some private entity, I want to have some kind of national grid that will be controlled by private investors. So he can use that to liberalize that. Like I said, 18,000 megawatt capacity is huge. And as you speak, relative to the fact that people think they send 4,000 megawatt, no, they send 8,000 megawatt daily. Even the transmission capacity is 7,500. But the way it works is this: you fire this thing on, you have like 500 megawatt waste, while they distribute to some critical area. Like someone rightly said, as we speak now, some people have electricity for at least 23 hours a day. At least 23 hours a day. And so it's not as if they are not doing anything, but who are the people suffering it? Who are the people not suffering it? Like although Disco, they concentrate more on where they cannot, someone will not just bypass the line and tap and will not pay. They focus mostly on those areas that we pay for electricity. So those are the things.
That's right.
But
that's right.
The problem the only thing I have is this. Now, as many people will believe, they think maybe we hate to be like Ajali Kokotu. We keep telling Ajali Koko about the wrong approach by Sowore. We don't hate to be. Honestly, if Obi happens to become the president of this country today, I can travel to Nigeria immediately and celebrate. And I will tell you why. It's so simple. Because that means that for once, Nigeria can overthrow the established, the mainstream corrupt system. That is the implication. So it will call for huge celebration because they will be the best thing to celebrate in Nigeria if Obi should win and become the president of that country today. But why are we so pessimistic about this, Obi? It's because of the way he's approaching the issue. Look at Ekiti State, for example, now. Out of about 1 million voters, less than 35% voters turn out. So look at the level of voters apathy. And this is what you don't see in the north. Now, when we are saying Obi should look at this, that means Obi has about 65% market, political market to tap in Ekiti State. It simply means that if about 65% will not come out to vote, it simply means that maybe they could not buy those guys to vote. So if they could not buy those guys to vote, then what should Obi do? Obi should find a way to bring these people on board. Like I keep saying, how do you bring these people on board? You say you don't want to spend money, but the diasporans, they are ready to support you. Collect their money, look at some kind of social infrastructure there. Use the money from the diaspora people to build all those and put your name donated by Peter Obi in conjunction with people in diaspora. Let your name keep ringing in the ears of every Nigerians on that day. So don't stay on that too. Look for some people that will hold some key positions. And they say, we are ready. It's not as if we are not ready to support Obi. We are ready, but the problem is this. Don't do Shogure's type of the greatest bossa and all those things. Don't do that. See, government buy votes everywhere. I keep saying, including United States of America government, including Canadian government. How do they buy? They go on some kind of social fiscal policy that they will release money towards a major election. Oh, we are giving you tax rebate. We are doing this thing for you. They stylishly buy that. So their own style is not to go and hand stipend to voters. No. So we have a lot of things that the Hurricane Obi can do for in Nigeria, because this 8 months is not too long. Like I said, it's not too long to upset the mainstream politician. So to me, I will be one of the happiest person if the like of Obi can win. I listened to him on State Police, which I think he made a very valid point. A very valid point. Because if you allow the governors to set up the state police, for those states that do not have police, then you can send the federal there, but make sure that the commissioner of police reports directly to the governor. And if the commissioner of police is trying rubbish, throw him away. As simple as ABC. So this guy, to me, I think is getting it right when it's come to his economic policy, but I think he needs to do more to capture people, to buy people, because is it not embarrassing? A whole Ekiti state. Now, a guy came to my old school platform. He was challenging everybody yesterday. I'm here with my polling unit, so I can't see you, these guys. So, everybody, the forum that used to bubble, everybody just kept quiet. Nothing was happening. The guy still came today. I accuse everyone. I say, friend, I've told you before that the likes of you and myself are the problem of Nigeria. Like the problem of Nigeria, we just say we see a viable candidate, we support him on social media, we shout and shout and shout, but when it is for us to go and vote, we decide that person. 65%.
You're asking for too much. Do you expect somebody like Alexander Gomez to be queuing for 2 or 3 hours with the hoi polloi?
Yes, but
you want Alexander to be mixing with the hoi polloi?
You see, we understand a person like him, for example, is in the Western world, like myself. We see what we face there, and we even try to pity those people back home. But people back home, they don't see, they can't feel the kind of pressure we feel for them to move forward. Because at the end of the day, these guys, they will sit down at home on that day. Everyone.
You know what? There was when one of the more traditional stage politicians was being asked about the Peter Obi narrative and the third force movement and all of these razzmatazz. It simply said that really these people, they constitute less than they are in the single digits of relevance, because when it comes to the actual voting space, all of these people, and he is somewhat right, all of these people, they don't even have the endurance for the voting process. It's a good 2-3 hour queue just to cast your vote. Then another 2-3 hours waiting around to make sure that that vote is properly done. So how many of these sophisticated English-speaking people will go and spend 6 hours in the sun because they want to vote for some element to go and loot? They won't. It's just online talking.
No, exactly. You are very right. But if all those English speaking and grammar speaking now should now think about this thing now, the odd is against them now, even more than the common man. They are going to give 10,000 because I learned that someone was saying they bought vote for 10,000 in Ekiti yesterday. I said, good. What about those people that they cannot buy for 10,000? What were they doing? I saw some of my friends there. Some of them are professors. Some of them are this thing. They were speaking grammar.
The mass of the voters are the ones that can be bought with 10,000 naira, isn't it?
Exactly. So that means the 65% that are missing, something is telling me that maybe those 65 cannot be bought. Then if those 65 cannot be bought, if they have their conscience, then that means they have enough strength to influence things. Where are they? And now, we are talking of kidnapping, for example, today now. Who are those people they kidnap? They are these people that they speak grammar that they don't vote. Because they are trees. Because, okay, who will carry his own Porsche car along Lagos-Ibadan Express Road? They are the one. They are the one that are even supposed to even stand, whether it rains, whether the sun, whether fire and everything, to make sure they vote. But alas, they are the one that just all you hear from these people is complain. This is why I'm now doubting Peter Obi. It's not as if, because if you were to base it on reasoning, if we were to base it on how politics should be done, honestly, by 2023, we should send the like of Atiku and Mishifemi Lokan, Tinubu, we should send them packing. We should retire them permanently. But who will make it possible? For example, the same people that are speaking grammar, the same people that we see complain that won't be able to move, the same people that the kidnappers will target, they are the ones that will not come out and will make this difficult. Because according to Donald Dukes, 65% of those people that are not voting are the reason why politicians can rig. Because already yesterday now someone will look, 65%, okay, good. I will now look at how I can capture this 65% during the presidential election. That's exactly what is going to happen now. So this is where I want everybody that want progress for Nigeria. If you are obedient, don't be obedient by saying vote for Obi. Please keep doing the right thing to install this Obi. If you like, like I keep saying, that those are the wrongdoings that I see that Obi is the wrongdoing from Obi's side. Do I think this man is competent based on, of course, absolutely, is very competent. Do I think he can solve our problem? Like I say, of course, yes, he can solve the problem, but with the crooks, the political crooks, allow him to get to power? No. Will those of us that we are shouting Obi, that we are calling our obedient, are we going to help him to power? No. We are just doing, say, those are the things we are doing. We are not really supporting this candidate, other than we are just speaking and we are just grandstanding. That's just my opinion. So for me, on issue around this thing, I think the guy can resolve our power. Let's be honest. There's no big deal about that power, like Ajale Kokwanku have said. It's just a matter of policy. Because when Fashola got to that place, he realized that the Jonathan government, they've already signed some kind of revocation penalty. That if you try to do what Yar'Adua did, the penalty will be so significant that it will make no sense for you to even revoke all those stuff. So they even threatened that they will not renew for these people the second time. I think they've renewed for them already. So when this guy gets to that place, those are the things he has to battle with. But in fairness to all these Disco and Genko, they will performing 18,000 megawatts. If I am to believe KPMG, install capacity is not a joke. If you fire 18,000 megawatt capacity today in Nigeria, it's going to be a huge achievement. But your transmission network is just 7,500 megawatts, where we should be talking about 30,000 megawatts to evacuate 18,000 install capacity. So I think Obi knows what he's saying. So do I have any reason to doubt? No, I personally, because of the knowledge, because of everything I understand around that power sector, I think it is very possible. It's all about political will. That's my opinion.
Well put. What said Ola?
Sorry, I wanted to point. You said it's 8,000 megawatts, But actually, from that 8,000, like 5 is wasted. So actually, what we are getting is around 3,000 something.
No.
If you look at it realistically.
No, in fact, this is the way it is done. You see, install capacity.
The current production is still.
Wait. Install capacity is if you were to fire all your power plants, is what you can just push out at once, right?
Yeah.
But what is generated daily, what is supplied daily is 8,000 megawatts. Now, how do you ration it? For example, maybe you decide to schedule, okay, from now to...
We don't want to get too heavy into the details of, but Lambda controller...
Just give me a few seconds. Let me just tell him. So maybe in a day, what you want to fire out, for example, in the first 12 hours, you fire out 4,000 megawatts, and you power down after 12 hours, you fire another 4,000 megawatts. That's the way you look at it. It's not as if it's constantly going to be like you drive everything 24 hours round. That's what I understand around that.
I get you. I get what you mean by that.
All right, thank you, Ola. So let's go on from Ola to patriotic Nigerian. So patriotic Nigerian, what emboldens you to be? Where is this hope? What inspires your patriotism in Nigeria? You may well be the only one, but a patriotic Nigerian, of course. So especially a Buhari fan, then I must say. So what are you then making of the conversation, patriotic? Patriotic Nigerian.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can now. Carry on.
To start with, I'm not a Buhari fan. Actually, I came up with this name just looking for a second name for my Facebook. I think that was sometime around 2012. But that's by the way. I really want to commend you for this platform. I really like the level of intellectual discourse that takes place here. Just looking at the past two commentators, what's his name? Ola and Aizon. I mean, I'm so impressed with the level of, data-driven contributions that they are making. But I also feel like even among us, we could also be very pedantic. As you know, I'm a Peter Obi supporter. And I think for someone who has not been given so much of, a chance, right? For someone that has not been given a chance, the fact that he's always at the center of criticism, even pedantic criticism, is something that it kind of takes me aback in some ways. For example, let me start with Niger. I'm sorry, I'm not trying to make this personal because he just responded to my comments about Ghana and JAM. I'm an economist, and in economics, there's something we call selection bias. So when you're going to scale maybe a technology or a project or just an intervention, you have to look at, okay, maybe you do it in Anambra. There's a reason why it might not work that same way somewhere else. It could be because of maybe the people that you chose in Anambra. There are some we call it endogenous issues around them. There are some specific things about the Anambra people that made it work there and would possibly not make it work somewhere else. So the way to go around this is to have a larger sample. And so when you see maybe a Ghanaian, a Ghanaian nation having very good performance in maybe WAEC or obviously not JAM, in WAEC, it's because they have a larger sample size. And so they could also, and those people you see could just actually be the outliers. So to just, not give credit to Peter Obi for what he has done in Anambra is to not really understand the way these things work. And then now, still on the same person, we talked about the issue of security. Now, if one of the major terrorist targets in the United States, for example, is their national grid. So the national grid and electricity in the United States is a security issue. So the fact that you want to make it like, oh, it's one or the other, I can't just really wrap my head around it. We know that even the way that the way that terrorism is being fought nowadays, it's more of a technological thing, right? It's not just about you having arms, being able to have foot foot on the ground. It's also technology. And how do you power this technology? Electricity. So I just really don't understand. I feel it's a bit too pedantic. First, we criticize him. Even though I'm a supporter, I actually thought there was some level of posturing in going to Egypt until I listened to him talk about it today. And we criticized him. Why did you go to Egypt? Now,
did you watch the
I did
yeah.
with Rufai.
They said it was quivering at the lips and somewhat uncertain. Was it quivering at the lips?
I did not see that, and I'm not being biased here. Of course, I'm gonna also criticize that interview because there are some things, especially the issue of coming up with a document, a manifesto. I don't think he answered that question very well. He's a businessman, and if you're going to think strategically, you should have a document for that. For him to have just waved it and said things like, "Oh, we always like writing things on." No, I don't think I expected better from him than that, and I just hope that his people, the people around him, talk to him on that. But on the issue of going to Egypt, okay, now we've criticized him for going to Egypt, and now we've kind of, why? The question now is why go to Egypt for electricity and not security? Come on. I mean, it's just 3 days, for Christ's sake, and it went on his own. It was on his own tabs, not Nigeria's tabs. So at least let's cut him a little slack. And then someone talked about the issue. Someone was really full of praise for Sowore, talking about how he is able to speak truth to power, damning the political consequence. And that same person just yesterday was trying to be the man Friday for Atiku for not being able to speak truth to religious power. So it's kind of very inconsistent. Where do we stand here?
That's Ajale Koko you're referencing.
I'm not going to say names, but
you get your okay. It's up to you.
I'm not trying to be very personal, and I apologize if anything I'm saying here is suggestive of that. But I just feel like we should be very circumspect. We should be very, rational.
I will respond, though. I heard you. I will respond.
Yeah.
But
I would like you to respond.
Yeah.
Wait. Can I just land? Let's have a robust conversation. I like what the last speaker Ola did. I mean, I like the way he criticized Peter Obi. He brought out facts, and then yes, it wasn't an outright criticism, but more of like, okay, this is the way it should go. Well, I believe most of us here, we don't live in Nigeria, so we know the way things are. And if anything, I feel like what we should be trying to do is to, try to stir the national discourse. Try to push the narrative nationally in the right way. That's what led to our independence in the first place. People like Nnamdi Azikiwe had to leave Lincoln University, where he was a PhD student, to say, that's the role of the diaspora. We can't just, regurgitate the narratives that goes on the street of Nigeria. If anything, we should be doing our parts to, color this narrative in a way that will steer the nation towards progress. Not just, let's be realistic. This is the way. No, Nnamdi Azikiwe was not going to be realistic. Kwame Nkrumah was not going to be realistic because the British had every right to keep being colonialist over us. It was because people said, okay, no, we can do these things this way. That's the old cry, the hue for independence started. So I feel like
is that how far you are reaching to compare Peter Obi to the great?
No. I'm talking about the role of the diaspora. I'm not talking about Peter Obi now. Okay. I'm just saying this idea of us always regurgitating the narratives that these are the way these the way things are going to be. Nothing is going to change. I feel like we should push a better narrative. We all are very passionate about Nigeria, irrespective of who we support here. We're all passionate to see a Nigeria that we can return home to and live peacefully. We don't want to be second-class citizens somewhere else, regardless of how good that place might be. And so I feel like the way we can be contributing to this is by, not trying to regurgitate those narratives, that says, things are always going to be this particular way, irrespective of whether it's with Peter Obi being the president or not. I just want to make that point clear. And then on the issue of, lastly, the issue of just looking at the precedence of all our aspirants, what they have done. I know we talked about Atiku, and people said that Atiku has done one or two things. And the same people who said that are the ones that are always using the Constitution as the boogeyman. And if you're going to use the Constitution to defend your points, the powers that are bestowed at the regions, at the federating units, which is vested on the governors, is way more than the powers that are vested in the vice president. If we're going to go by that line of thinking, so we have to choose one side. You know, the vice president, as we know, even the way Nigeria
but the vice president reaches nationally, and he reaches to a more diverse and a more complex demographic.
But he's not a chief executive. He's not a chief executive. Whereas the state is the state governor is a chief executive. The bulk rests at the stable. And if he decides to,
but the state subordinates to the federal space.
Yes, but what's the gain if you are at the federal level and you can't make decisions? And now let's even look at the times that Atiku was allowed. Let's look at time that Atiku was allowed to make decisions. What was the outcome of our privatization process from 1999 to 2007? What was that really liberalization, or just reallocating our national patrimony to its cronies? Let's be honest with ourselves. Let's look at what people have done before. I mean, I would prefer that the argument would be, okay, this is what this person has done, given their resources. These are accountable, how transparent this person was done. That's the way we should be making these arguments, not, just arguing on the basis of, just trying to be overly critical and pedantic. I think I've said a lot already. Thank you so much.
All right, brilliant. Well put. So it looks as though it's the A class that has come out today. Everybody just on point, word perfect so far. So the pressure on engineer, let's hear from you. But before we hear from engineer, we must acknowledge that today is our engineer's daughter's birthday. She turns 5. So happy birthday to her. I hope you get her something nice, cake and whatnot.
I will, engineer.
So I'm constantly sorry. Can I just say something quickly? Can I just say something? So I'm constantly barraged with things, and I'm not given an opportunity to respond. Is this a character assassination session?
No. Now, how have you been assassinated? I hope you are not a sensitive soul to Nigeria.
I'm not a sensitive soul, but I'm beginning to see some of the things they say, because it's not appropriate when people talk to somebody and you don't give them the opportunity to respond. Sometimes you actually respond to me, they shut me down.
Go on.
I want to respond to our Niger, patriotic Niger too.
Yes, hold on. Sorry, to Niger, let me just address that. Everybody free flows, and you've spoken quite a lot, more than most people on the platform, so you cannot say your voice has been stifled.
I would have 1 hour 30 minutes ago. Okay.
But we've just now landed on the last person on the platform. So Patriotic Nigeria now is speaking for the very first time. So this is the first time we're hearing his voice. But if you want to counterweight what's being said, if you want to respond rather to what's being said to you, then you're welcome to do that. But you only have to say you have to without having to go that route. But just a short window to respond to whatever it is that you say.
I thought I should highlight it because details do matter to these things. Regarding what he said about me being pedantic, I don't understand, because pedantic is supposed to be meaning details. I don't care too much about details. I'm not there to discuss these things. I'm looking at the bigger picture here. And when we have these discussions every 4 years about leadership, they promise everything and we are still in the same place. And we never bother to ask ourselves, what did we do wrong the last time? Many of the people here are so educated, and this is Nigeria for you. We have all our education. We know all these things, but we don't. Why don't we apply it? Why don't we ask ourselves, we just did this 4 years ago. Why are we doing it again? We have to change something dramatically. I watched the video while they were talking. I watched that video of Peter Obi's interview. I agree with him. The one thing that he said I've not heard from any Nigerian politician was increasing the Nigerian police to 1 million. He didn't say how he was going to do it. He just said it in one statement. And he never said anything about the military, nothing like that. So, but we'll hear more from them. It's a practice.
Remember security issue. Don't discuss it in details on public space.
What? Yeah, they do.
No.
India is doing theirs. India is doing theirs. What kind of?
What is this guy talking?
Everybody does that. Everybody does that. And about the JAM one, I would like to acknowledge that I made a mistake by attributing that performance of the Ghanaians to the JAM one. It was actually the YA.
No, I think everybody should have understood that you meant WAEC, of course, which is West African Examination Council, you know, as opposed to JAM, which is local to Nigeria. But thank you. So you cleared that up. All you had to do was to do that without, you know, I'm starting.
No,
to
I will. Maybe it's because
I'm starting to mark you down as sensitive.
Yes, I am. I'm a human being. I have to be sensitive.
DOG is the other one that is always sensitive like that. But so we have
seriously, you are not.
Me.
You are not.
No, me. I'm not sensitive. I'm
yes,
you
man.
are. I'm an Oyo man. We don't do sensitive in Oyo. We eat amala. If you eat amala, you can't be sensitive. But thank you for that. Let me acknowledge Joel of Nashville Superchat. He says, Obi did not go to Ekiti because the candidate went into alliance with APC. He can't be part of that mess. This show will be viewed in 50 years by your kids. Let them not say you are a failed generation. So the first half, okay, but don't reference people's kids. So let's just, that's just some of the language that makes me uncomfortable. So I won't reread your super chat, but thank you for it anyway. But with first half though, Obi did not go to Ekiti because the candidate was in alliance with APC. So that's essentially what he was getting across. And happy birthday to Annabella. So of course, Uncle Alexander Gomez celebrating. You say, I didn't even know. So how come Alexander Gomez knows your daughter's name, but me that I speak with you every single day, I don't know her name. But you know, this is the thing. But happy birthday to your daughter. So that's our engineer. Your wallet is going to get a beating later on, no doubt. But so there it is. So engineer, to the conversation, your thoughts.
Yeah, thank you, one man. Greetings to you and greetings to my brothers.
One man, before engineer talk, can I respond a little bit to Patriotic Nigeria?
All right. Go on.
If I'm permitted.
Go on.
Go on.
Okay. It was making reference to yesterday.
Yes, when you were doing double talk.
Yeah, they said I was doing double talk. One thing I want everybody to know is that if you have never been in the shoes of politicians when they are making a critical decision, you don't know how they feel. Sometimes you don't know how they feel. The backbone of every politician is their support base. And I keep telling you, in the North, the number one factor that drives the politics of the North is religion. If you don't know how to play that religious factor, how to take care of that religious factor, you can't play the politics with the Northerner. You will fail. So when a politician's support base are very critical of him or says taking a position contrary to his own position, and he does not step back, that politician will fail. And I want you to know, every politician are in that politics in order to succeed, not to fail. Abubakar Atiku, for making that statement, he has passed the message out. He has said his mind. When the backlash came, and he withdrew, none of your politicians made that categorical statement. Only Showore made it. Some people say that Obi said it in response to somebody. Yeah, but he didn't make a categorical statement frontally against the killing of the girl, but just in response to somebody. So if you have never been in the shoe of politicians, if you don't know what they go through with their support base, when their support base is withdrawing from them, if you don't know what they go through, you won't know. You won't know the way they feel when they take some decision. So I that know, I am telling you, when the Northerners are saying no to this thing and they withdrew, it's a tactical withdrawal in order not to lose its support base. So he's not stupid. It's not stupid. And it doesn't mean that in the heart of his heart, it doesn't mean that he liked what happened to that girl. That doesn't mean that because he withdrew, doesn't mean that he's in conformity with the killing of that girl. It doesn't mean that. That's what I'm telling you. And you want to talk about Obi and this thing. Look, as Obi and Showore, has Obi ever fought for you on the street before? Has he ever fought for your right before?
All right. It's almost word for sorry, Ajanle Koko, but it's almost word for word from yesterday. So and previous time. So let's just take that as a
Obi never fought for your right on the street before. Thank you.
Yeah, we don't want to revisit because every single day we, so we take that as gospel. But let's go on to engineer. So engineer, let's come to you.
Yeah, thank you, woman. And well, we all have said bits by bits based on our uncle, father, brother, and elder Peter Obi. But first and foremost, happy Father's Day to the fathers in the house, and both home and away. Well,
what do you mean home and away? You mean the absentee fathers, the ones that have just disappeared? Do they get a happy Father's Day? Who are the away fathers? The away fathers no happy Father's Day to them. Huh?
Yeah, the real fathers, they're the one who are coming out to speak, while the upcoming father are waiting for the baby to come out. So I wish them all the best. But one man, we talk about Peter Obi. I must be honest to you, in terms of electricity, if you see maybe going to Egypt and making inquiries, that would not help. And I don't want no one to. If anyone think maybe I'm saying wrong, I'm just saying a bit of my own feeling. Going to Egypt to mention about or discuss about electricity, that's not the way forward. What we need to understand, you need to look at the fundamental basic things in the country. You need to sit down and have that discussion in an open table. It's not something maybe somebody give you the idea or you sit down or you draft something that you finalize in between yourself and you decide to travel to go and make the inquiries. There are basic things that we need to understand when it comes to Nigeria. You have to measure the country himself. You have to measure all the states. And you have to have a discussion with either the elites or the traditional rulers or, or the villagers. How can you champion electricity into that state, into every state? If today you should be the president of Nigeria. But in terms of, in terms of coming and said that you tackle electricity, I don't see that happening. I must be honest to you. And nobody should judge me by what I'm saying, because sometimes we need to look at things and we have to use our native intelligence in terms of things like that. Going to Egypt to come out and, said he's going to sort out electricity. No. I don't see that coming at all. Ajale Koko made a point earlier on, based on his conversation. You see, anything anyone wants to do or wants to dedicate their life in that country, there are some people that owns Nigeria that you need to go and sit down and have that discussion with them. You need to make proper investigation, proper inquiry on electricity before championing things like that. But in the other way around, it's a welcome idea. At least he made a point, and he's trying to see how things can go well. But I think he needs somebody that will assist him and guide him through. It's a welcome idea, and it's something that Nigerians will be happy to see electricity in that country. And it's just the basic things, you know, things like this. Nigeria, we have the money, we have every resources. It's just bad governance that we have in that country that is affecting everybody. And things like this, we just have to make sure that let's do our best. Let's not be putting too much feelings into Peter Obi or emotion, because Nigeria is a big country. It's a country that one person, one man cannot champion everything. And if we look at what is happening, Buhari cannot control Nigeria at all. As a military man, if he himself, as a retired military man, can't do nothing in that country, it's going to be tough for a civilian to come in and to say he's going to change things. So we should be very, very mindful, and we should really, really sit down and think very well. It's not all about feelings or all about basic computer logic things that maybe you go online and be championing someone. It's not it. Let's just focus on how the country will be good. Whether it's Tinubu or Atiku, or with Nigeria, we just need road, light, and water. That's it. So if Peter Obi comes out to raise the issue of electricity,
engineer, who would you like to see as the president of Nigeria in 2023?
Well, in 2023, I must be honest to you, to my own opinion, for now, I could say that Atiku should come out. Atiku should come out and let him prove to Nigerians that not all Fulanis are bad. You understand? Because he is someone that even in the Fulani land, they don't value him. People who value Atiku, I can tell you now, you see the Igbos and the Yorubas, they value Atiku more than his own people.
You know, it's funny, engineer, because the Yorubas value Atiku, but the Atiku, he values the Southeast.
Yeah.
You see, the Yorubas, they like him, but he likes the Southeast.
Yeah, he's I think most of his relationship in Nigeria is with the Southeast. Atiku don't rely on his people because he knows most of his people, he did everything for them to go to school, but they don't want it. So he rather
it's
go
also
to people.
Unfortunate that it's a Fulani man, you know, engineer, because and it's unfortunate because of what Buhari has turned the Fulani person into. Because I have always liked Atiku, but you cannot support him now just because of what Buhari has done.
Yeah, all fingers are not equal. That's something we need to understand. If Atiku will come in and he will prove to Nigerians that not all Fulanis are bad, that will be a welcome idea. We can give him a chance. But in terms of our uncle Peter Obi, if you look, Peter Obi, I like his logic, I like his vibration, I like his momentum, but he has a long way to go. Honestly, I must be honest, he has a very, very long way to go when it comes to Nigeria. He has a long way to go because he needs to have that rapport in every part of Nigeria. He needs to go and rapport with people. You understand? And before he could go around and do all these things, the election time will come and go. So I will see him maybe in 8 years, if he keep to his foot down, then I can see him coming back in 8 years, and I can see him doing well. But for now, Honestly, let's be honest to ourselves. The election is just around the corner here. It's not all about championing. No, it's just the fundamental basic thing of that country. That's all what we need. And if these people, even though it's Tinubu, if Tinubu can come in and be the president, he should do the right thing. We just need somebody that will help that country and put things in order. And also, we should also remember, please and please, a lot of us here, we always bombard the Fulanis, bombard the Northerners. And it's the same platform. Sometimes we're crying here that we need any Fulani to come in or any Hausa to come in. So please, if we are saying things like this, let's just try our best and make the platform be neutral instead of pointing fingers in one direction. Let's just do our best to welcome all. If the Fulani or the Hausas, let them come. Let them give us their own feelings. We need to hear what they're saying. We have to welcome them. And you know, it's something that, please, let's just do our best.
Engineer.
Yes, sir.
Yes. Good evening, sir. I hope you don't mind me interjecting.
Go on.
No, I know what you're saying. And this isn't about the Fulanis, and I mean, I hate to mention anyone's name in certain things. It's not about bashing anyone or anyone's ethnicity. But the truth of the matter is, a lot of the displacement we're seeing in Nigeria, even the Fulani leaders themselves have said Fulanis are doing it as part of Fulani militia. 50,000 in Benue are displaced. Those people are not going back home anytime soon. 2.4 million in the Northeast. 4 IDP camps in Abuja. So, and the people that are victims have said the Fulanis came in, AK-47s, drove them out of their lands. These things are happening. So my brother is not bashing anyone, or I don't want anyone to feel bad, but it is what it is. That's the thing. I don't like mentioning names or stereotyping myself either, but sometimes you just have to call things for what they are. And that's all it is, you know. So please continue. I just wanted to clarify that point.
Yeah, thank you, my brother. You see, some time ago, Ajale Koko made a point on this platform, which he said it clearly, that those days that we used to have, I think, with one man, we used to have Mirua, you know. We have some Northerners that we do send them to buy water. They do supply water in Ikoyi then.
But nobody is more critical of the Fulanis than you on this platform. In fact, you criticize them more than anybody. Look at this guy.
How, one man? How?
You have to fire them. You have to wire them. You have to go hard at them. This is
no. The thing is, I'm not against them, one man. Like I said, it's just sometimes most of the comments we do say in this platform is like we keep pointing finger on one direction. You know what I mean? And we all know that our leaders, they are a failure to us. So sometimes we should criticize our own leaders, and also sometimes we should keep that culture things aside, because if we always put culture, and you know, into this platform, it's not gonna help issue, because I can tell you now, thousands of people are they're interested in this platform, and it's the platform that welcome every individuals. So it's something that if we are uniting ourselves as Nigerians, let's do our best.
So you are suggesting that we should not be calling the Abokis or Momalas. That's not a good idea.
It's technically not a good idea, because if we have other people,
that was a joke, by the way.
If we can criticize, I know, if we can criticize them, then why are we saying we should welcome them to the platform again? So it's 50-50, something that we need to sit down and think about it properly. So, and back to what I was saying regarding our uncle Peter Obi, I must be honest to you, it's a welcome idea, but it's just gonna take another 8 years in terms of that electricity problem. We just need a good road and water supply. And if it's something that Nigeria will start to figure things out in between themselves, you know, the leaders, they need to give us good answer. They need to tell us what is happening. It's time for people to be challenging. Forget about the this is from the north or from the south. No, it's leader of every state. We need to hold them accountable. We need to question them. What is happening? We need light. We vote you in. You come out and do the job. If you can't do it, step down, and other people will come in. It's something that we need to start challenging our leaders. It's not all about throwing blow to one direction. So those are those easy and basic things that we need to understand, one man.
All right, brilliant. Well put. So, engineer, I just got a text now from a young lady called Annabella, and she's saying to pass a birthday wish on to Daddy. And what she's saying to me is that she wants a little human being in 9 months' time that she can play with. A little human being in 9 months' time. Huh?
No, not little. You want twins.
Yes, this
twins,
is it.
brother.
Just complete the set, engineer. Complete the set.
One man. She needs to grow more. This is England.
Yes,
I have to work.
It's not cheap, is it?
It's not cheap. It's not cheap. I could remember when I got her. I got her at the age of 6 months. I know what I passed through. I paid £800 every month for 2 years. So that money, if I sit down and think about it, but I just have to thank God that she's okay now. That's it.
Don't worry. Where else? Where else is there to spend money other than in that direction? You just count your blessings. So well done, engineer, and happy birthday.
Please, sorry, one man. Is my system okay now?
Yes, we can hear you now. Yeah.
Okay. Then later, if you allow me to speak, then because I was trying to respond
carry on,
my
my brother Tony.
Hey, hello, good evening. Congratulations, sir.
Thank you.
Happy birthday. I hope that you put her in the newspaper, because for me, I always put my daughter on newspaper here.
you know that used to be a tradition back in the day when you put your loved ones in Daily Times. That
Yes.
happy birthday to Uncle Joe or something.
Can I just say? Thank you very much, sir. So you know that what I was trying to say before was about the suggestion that Johnny Kuku made, referring to what Aison was saying, regarding this Yaradua's intervention in the Niger Delta's whatever group, it's a freedom group, not militant. So that I was trying to point out that we were not going to anywhere to confront, to terrorize people. We were not terrorizing ourselves. We were trying to protect our environment from degradation. And then
by blowing up oil pipes.
Yeah. So long we are not getting it because they are
your environment by blowing up, by spilling oil.
And kidnapping
because I get you, sir. Because ever since I was a kid, when I go to Benin, if you just go on the Sapele Road there, you just see flooding of gas everywhere. You go to Kobahi, the same thing. You go to near Odo border. So, but at the end of the day, nothing is being brought back to our place. They will go and use to set up many places in other places. Not Lagos, or Lagos in our own home. So, but what I say that it's like Yaradua was trying to save other Nigeria from getting so that from getting our resources. So that's why that it came to beg us, please stop it. But what I say that, can you just imagine that? It's a local government area of Edo, Delta, Bayelsa, Rivers. You will be having like only one local government. We have like 200 oil wells, and then a bit over the northerners. And then so we cannot say that that they are doing us favor. So there be our place have to be looking like a Hawaii. You know what I'm saying? From Odo State right up to Calabar, but they're not giving us. We have no light. We have no job. We have no industries. Everything's been taken out from our place. That's why we decide to say, okay, let us shut it down, and let's see whether the country can survive without us.
All right.
Yes, that's it, sir.
All right, brilliant. So thank you, everyone. So we have 4 hours now. So I will go round again, but this time in just a short sweep before we close. We shut it down. But before I do that, some of you may notice that the format somewhat changed today, and we did it turn by turn rather than that round robin sort of sessions that we have. So in your commentaries, maybe give me some sort of feedback as to where you think which one you think is more preferable, and maybe in the comment section as well, you want to let me know if you prefer this turn by turn sort of experimentation of today, or that more free flowing sort of shoot by the hip sort of thing that we usually do. So I will start to take closing remarks now, because we're 4 hours in. So a shorter space now to express yourself, and that expression starts with Theobala. So round about 2-3 minutes, just you have the floor to share with us what you may not have said already. Theobala.
Okay, thank you so much. I think I'll just start with the one you just mentioned just now. This regarding this format. At least we are able to hear different people with their different ideas. I think it's something very welcoming. I really want to thank each and every one for the way, at least manner this session actually went today. The conversation was really for the betterment of the country, not just like how we used to do it before. My own. That was the main reason why I got angry, because all we want is for the betterment of every one of us. I really want to commend each and every one of us, and I just want to use this opportunity to beg every Nigerians. This time around, we don't need to give up. This is the time. If we did not get it now, it might be very difficult for us to get it again, because at this point now things are not going nowhere. I really want to appreciate Data Solution, because it really exposed so many things today that at least I was really educated, as in I was educated by some of his comments. It really was that some people in Nigeria are really tired of the situation. Imagine 65% didn't come out to vote. It's something worrisome. They are tired. Please, let him up. We should not discourage people by telling people that it can't work now. They are no. Nigerians, if we can come together, I bet you these so-called politicians, they don't have voice. All they have is that money they want you to buy voters, which this time around, I believe it will fail them. It will fail them. Don't allow anybody to discourage you. Go there. I see so many videos now, even where a woman was even preaching in church. Tell them that they want structure has not given them light. Structure has not given them this. If everybody in the church was shouting. So everybody, see, is becoming so worrisome to each and every one of us, including people here in the US, Canada, and every other places. It's something bad that we really want to go back and feed this country, even from here. Please, Wama, really thank you for the way and manner you handle this program today. I wish you can continue like this. It would be nice.
Are you telling me what to do? Look, you are still on probation because I didn't come here. You just got me on a good day. You just got me on a good day today.
At least
when you come here screaming and shouting, I don't tolerate that normally.
I really come here back because I knew, because if you don't fight, if you allow the oppressor to take over your space.
Who is oppressing you? Look at this guy.
At least I need to fight for my country.
Your country.
Yes,
you are Biafra land. You are fighting for Biafra land now.
I have seen you in Niger Watch several times. You go there to go and air your view. So I still need to come here and air my view.
But do you see how I conduct myself? Do I disrupt the place? Do I go outside of their rules?
Because
I only intimidate them.
About Nigerians.
I only intimidate them when I go to join the Bendelites. I'll go there to intimidate them with my superior brain.
No.
That is just what
let's be realistic. Yeah. Whenever we give our judgment, let's be realistic. Whenever we are airing our view, is
about look at that.
Yeah.
Even though you say tribalism, or you form a Bendel platform. And anybody
Wama, that don't understand. Wama, let me say this to you. See, I graduated from Nigeria University. I own a master's degree in Nigeria.
Hold on, you are doing artificial intelligence.
Did not give me job.
Who obliges the government to give you job?
I'm coming now, please.
If the government you're that deep, sorry, I beg your pardon, but you know.
The same degree I could not use to get a job, the same degree I'm using it in the US here, in one of the biggest companies in the world.
Yes, so what?
Nigerian people are being frustrated.
What do you mean? Some people are thriving. Some people are thriving. So the cream floats to the top.
Many girls in Nigeria have used girls for rituals, many other things. It's because I pray it will not come to you. I pray it will not come to you. You will feel it.
There you go. There you go again. So thank you. So this is what this guy
does. Bende number one.
Don't make personal references. I've told you, this guy, man, I may have to exclude you permanently if you don't. Maybe you stay with that place, that or Bendel space, because I'm not sure if you are, you know, you heard the conversation here is high functioning. So let's go back to the high function with let's go to Ifeanyi, to you.
Yeah. Thank you, everyone. It's quite educating.
You need to speak up a bit, Ifeanyi.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, better now. Carry on.
Yeah. So I was saying thanks to everyone and their contribution, and you know, it's quite educating. And for me personally, you know, I think maybe Peter Obi can do something. He can try to fix something, but the major, what concerns to me is if he can get there and fight these same people who are behind closed doors, making sure that Nigeria stays the way it is because they benefit from it. Because it's not going to be easy for him. And I also think some other people who have gone there might have had genuine ideas and genuine, love for Nigeria to want to fix it. But there's some resistance over there. Once they know you're trying to do this, they will come for you with all forms and manner of attacks, physical, spiritual, and otherwise. This is a fact. Some of you might say it's speculation, some of you might say no. But the truth about the matter is these things happen and these people are there. So I pray these people, if Peter Obi gets in there, he will solve it by trying to address these people. And if he can address them, we can restructure Nigeria and change the constitution. Because it's a very big problem that we're facing in Nigeria right now. And it's not easy for a lot of people due to the way things are going. Because, man, if you have a better Nigeria, obviously a lot of us won't be outside. Me, I came back with the hope that I came back to Nigeria after schooling with the hope that, okay, I can join and, put my own effort in making Nigeria a better place. But since I came back, I've been feeling as if I've been regretting, but at some point I said, let me still just stay here, try and work my way and see where I can impact in Nigeria, because it's a difficult thing. It is beyond what people outside are saying and people outside the country are just saying, because once you come into Nigeria and you see what is going on, sometimes it gives you a sense of this will never work. And that's why I understand when people say it will never work. But the truth is it can work. It's just there's a few percentage, very small percentage of people running things and blocking things from happening. It's just a fact. I hope Peter Obi can fight them, because he has to start getting ready to face things of poisoning, backlash, and all that, like Buhari faced. So that's just the truth about the whole thing from my own point of view. But I think he has a good ideology. But the truth of the matter is, even if she already gets there, he's going to get this thing. He's going to still have to face all these same things that me I'm saying. Because me, I've seen there, I've been in corridor of people who are in powers. I've seen them, I've noticed it, I've talked to someone. It's a very terrible stuff, because people really want Nigeria to remain the way it is. I hope we can come together, educate people more, make them be aware of the true problem that is going on, and galvanize everybody to now come together and say, we don't want these people behind closed doors, we don't want them. Because if you cannot address them, no matter who goes in there, you're never going to succeed. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. Well put. So thank you, Ifeanyi. So Ifeanyi now establishing as a regular voice on the platform. So you see, that's that level that Ife just said. That's where we want to be. We don't want to be lower than that. So that's the minimum bar that has to be hurdled. So the person that will scale it easily, of course. Tony, final words.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much, sir. I hope that all my brothers and sisters that are watching and then commenting, they should push the like button so that more people can get this news that we are preaching here, sir. Everybody, thank you very much, everybody. So now, judging by what we have been deliberating since, I mean, you see that one man that I used to be a promoter of a bigger African country like Nigeria. That when those conspiracy theory that probably that all these Western countries, the white people, they don't want to see an African nation like Nigeria be the mouthpiece of the rest of the continent and the black diaspora in the Caribbean, etc., etc. But at the end of the day, we see that a particular section of that same country are not working with us to make that to achieve that, to actualize that our dream of having a greater African nation that can speak for the black people across the world. So as a result, Nigeria is too large for one man to to control right now, because the devolving power, this people say they don't want. You see people are still clamoring for, like, people from the north, even though that we said that we have agreed gentlemanly that the power should shift to the south, so that but people are still doing this. So if a big gets there, he cannot do nothing under the current constitution and the political structure. So the best thing for us to do, peacefully separate this country now to save more lives. Thank you, everybody. Good night, everybody.
Brilliant. Well put. Thank you, Tony. So that's Tony, one of the regular staples on the platform. You get it just undiluted from Tony. He doesn't believe in all this noise making. The solution is quite simple. So that's Tony, one of the regular voices, as I said, on the platform. So thank you, Tony. So from before we go on, let me implore the people who have not, if you have been with us all the way through, thank you. We do this every single day, twice a day, 1:30 p.m. UK time and then 9:35 p.m. UK time. So the 9:35 p.m. UK time session is what you're listening to now. But a regular, as you can set your clock by, 1:35 p.m. UK time, we'll be back on again with a more diverse and even richer, if possible, panelist to chew over matters together. So this is what we do. So if you are new to the platform, make sure you are subscribed and set your bell notification so you know. And if you're new to the platform, it's only because others clicked on the like button. That was why the platform was brought to your notice. So if you do as well, then others will join as you did. So click on the like button, if you will, and click on the subscribe button as well whilst you're doing that. So as you set about that, let's listen to the parting remarks of our patriotic Nigerian, who I'm still trying to determine if there's a northern undertone, lilt to his tone. Listen to him, and then you'll see. It may be from wherever, but he has a Kaduna voice. It's a Kano boy. Patriotic.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
I'm an Edo man, and I think I made that clear the last time.
But why do you have Malam voice then? Why do you have Malam voice?
I guess, I'm the kind of person, I've had people really confuse my ethnicity. I served in Gombe, and people thought I was a Fulani man. So I think your assertion is kind of it's justifiable.
It's halfway there. All right.
Yeah. But I'm actually a full-blooded Benin man.
Okay. About the
Are you sure you're not a relative to Rational Mind?
Oh, no, I'm not. Actually,
Someone confused
me for son the other day. I'm surprised my identity is creating this kind of controversy. But
Rational Mind is full of the Yoruba.
We're not even sure Rational Mind is from this planet. Maybe it's a Martian. Maybe it's
You will hear tomorrow. Rational will tell you that is related to Chinese. You say he has Chinese DNA.
He has a 0.25% from the Ding Jian dynasty, from the Zun Jian. You know that thing that they do on and there was a time I used to gorge in excess. There's this thing that they do. My ancestry and me, people will send their blood test or their mouth swipe to test their DNA. And then it's all these people in your part of the world, of course. And then they say, oh, I'm quarter this and I'm quarter that and 1% Bantu. It's just ridiculous set of people. You're a black person, you're a black person. What is, you know me, I'm quarter nothing, 100% of you are laughing. And proud patriotic Nigerian, a quarter nothing, full-blooded man. So a
Yeah,
patriotic
football
to you.
Benin
Yes.
man from Orion or local government area of Edo State.
There you go.
So let me put out my football and fides. Yeah, so just to round up, thank you very much for this platform. It's really good to have this kind of intellectual discourse. And I think the whole idea, and I believe your motivation is to see that you contribute your quota towards pushing Nigeria's political space to a more elevated ground, and for that, we all are grateful. And I want to just ask that in doing this, let's kind of steer our minds to the point where we can be a voice to change the normal narratives that goes on in the streets, the narrative that says, oh, this is the way it's always going to be, whether it's regardless of who you support. I think we should try to disabuse people. A lot of um, Nigerians that are locally situated, I mean, people that are in Nigeria now, they listen to this platform. And it would be good if we can give them that encouragement, that push to say things can change. We see the way that the old political um, manipulation has been evolving. The last election in Ekiti, it was no longer about snatching ballot boxes, though there might have been pockets of that. It became a case of vote buying because now they know that votes can count. It's did in Edo State, So I feel like things are changing, though they're changing really slowly. So in that case, we should market our whoever we're supporting, market their manifestos, and make our people go out there and vote. I believe Peter Obi is the best person, and I'm gonna do my best to keep pushing that narrative that people should go out there to vote for him.
Brilliant. Well put. So it's a curiosity, that a lot of people from that Edo area, they seem to somewhat gravitate towards Peter Obi. I'm not quite sure, but this is something that I noticed. Is there some sort of, is that because of the kinship between the Southeast and that space?
I think it's more of an anti-establishment mentality in Edo people. Like you could see that in the last election where we said Edo is not Lagos. So it's just we're very how do I put it now? We're very politically conscious people, and we always like to go against the grain. You could see our son actually made the first move for Nigeria's independence. He gave the motion, so that should tell you the kind of people we are. We like going against the grain.
All right, that's waffy behavior.
Exactly.
I go land you go here. There's nobody that can threaten more than an Edo person. But then the moment you hold your fist up, they say they follow you jokes, this is what they're like. But there it is. So thank you, Patriotic Nigerian, a real delight. So from Patriotic Nigerian, let's go to a man of equal patriotism. Let's go to Engineer. Engineer, your words.
Yeah, thank you, Waman, and thank you, the viewers, and thank you, our men on the platform, and thank you, Ajanle Koko. I came in a bit late, and thank you for that wonderful classic music. I think one man needs to do more, and some time ago, instead of championing Oluwafe music, I think it's better one man you call Jale Koko to just come and sing during your opening section. Well, my closing remark is Nigeria is a lovely country. We just need someone that will put things in order in that country, regardless of ethnicity, regardless of religion, regardless of culture. We all love that country. So let's do our best to see that we pray that we see the right candidate that will lead that country in the best way. And something again we need to understand here, these leaders, we are championing them all the time. Instead of championing them, why not we ourselves start helping ourselves to move way forward? You know, those are the things that sometimes we need to those are the things that sometimes we need to start uniting ourselves, because these people have been there for that long. They've been there in that politics. I think we all are, majority of us are in abroad. So we have to start championing our own self. We need to start, you know, building our confidence how to fix our own country. Because I must be honest to you, all the leaders, they were there when all of us will find our own way out to that country, out of Nigeria. And it's something that we went to the other side of the world and we saw things. So if we have that privilege, let's do our best to help our own self, because we can't be championing these people at all the time. If Nigeria is good, nobody will leave that country. And also, one man, thank you for making the platform to make a place that where people can come, no discrimination, no fighting, you know. But sometimes we do have our own banter. So I'll give you credit for that. And for the viewers, thank you very much and keep doing your best. We are looking forward on you guys, and nobody is perfect in the platform. We need advice. Whatever we said, if we're wrong or we wrong anyone, please forgive us. It's just no one is perfect. And I will just said good night to you guys, and God bless everyone, and God bless Nigeria. Thank you all.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, engineer. Good night to you. I'll probably speak to you during the day. So that's engineer. So thank you, engineer. So from engineer, let's go to Ola. So Ola, you know the routine.
Yeah, thank you everyone for your time, and I really enjoy your company this evening. Like one man said the other time, please let's just be kind, and let's just click thumb up and share this platform. If there's anything I've noticed in the past 4 weeks, is that there has been a radical jump in the quality of this program. And the better the program is, the better we contribute our quota to the progress of the country. Because I think the type of pressure we are mounting here will be one of the reasons some people are not comfortable and they want to shut down the social media if they have the switch at their hand. Please, let us do more and share, and even cause more than enough damages to them before they can even do anything. Thank you. Other than that, I just want to encourage us that as we promote our candidates, don't just promote by the word of mouth. Let us act. Like I said yesterday, when a guy was calling my schoolmate, "Oh, guys, come, I'm here, oh, come and vote," for where everybody kept quiet. If you see the forum today, everyone just behave as if they were no longer on that forum because they are guilty, they didn't go. So we may be shouting, "This is candidate we want, this is one we want progress in Nigeria." Let us act. If we fail to elect the right person come 2023, we that we think we are made, we that we think we ran away from the country, for example, and we think we are not going to come back. Any day you go back to Nigeria, you may not be able to walk on the road, though, because what we are seeing now is going to be a joke if you make a wrong choice in 2023. So what I will just tell you is be on ground, secure your own future, campaign for the right candidate. Not only that, back the candidate with your emotion, with your finances, and with strategy. So anybody that say, "Oh, it go wallet," say, "Yeah, it go wallet true," but make sure you are on ground. Make sure you are doing the right thing. While the person go wallet, then by that time we'll be able to celebrate. So let us be doer of whatever we say. Don't let's just talk only. So other than that, thank you everyone. Hope to see you later.
Brilliant, well put. So that's Ola, of course. Everybody knows him. So that's Ola a regular staple on the platform. So thank you, Ola. So from Ola, let's go on to Niger. Niger, we're taking closing remarks. Your words.
Yeah, thanks for having me. I'm glad I took part in the conversation. Consequences. I think we've been living with consequences of mistakes of the past. And we have to take stock of those mistakes. And if we don't do that, obviously we know the results. We are all elevated enough to know that. And hence why my focus is always on the critical part we got wrong. I've studied so many different parts of societies and, countries that have done better and done worse. And I found that in the end, it's about your security, not just only your military, your security operators. And if we don't focus and demand from our leaders, I think I like what the engineer guy said, because he was very clever about what he was saying there, about us, deciding that we want to do these things. Because when you want to do these things and the leaders see it, then they are more likely to do it. As a matter of fact, they will do it in the context of Nigeria. And when I say this, people mistaken for saying, I'm saying if we do this, we don't get to do anything else. I don't know how that can be mistaken. It's all about prioritizing the most important aspect. None of us go out every day to work with our doors and our windows open. We don't do that because we know all the work we do will be lost. Rightfully so. You will lose it if you don't secure what you have. And we've never done that. That basic thing. We've not even done that. And how can you succeed with anything else you do if you cannot fix that one? And this is why when our leaders talk to us, we want to ask them these questions. Do you have padlock for our house? The country, do you have padlock for it? Do you have iron bars on our windows that we have to be putting in our own real houses? Have estate, we pay estate levies, pay all kinds of stuff just to secure ourselves because we are individual smart and group stupid. We can't keep being group stupid. Our forefathers have made the same mistake. That's what got us here. They used one tribe against the other and they took over all our lands. Africa is beautiful. Nigeria is beautiful. We have a great heritage. My God, how we can treat it like this is unbelievable. With such indifference sometimes. We really have to do better than we are doing. And we have to demand better from our leaders. And I hope there is something going on now. I've had Peter Obi speak, and I must say, I've not had a Nigerian leader or a potential leader, in this case, be so clear about some of the issues. For once, I heard our leader say 1 million man police. Whether it's serious is a different thing. But at least he started getting in that direction because he knows, he's sensing it, that people want it. If we want it, we are going to get it. We can't afford to fail him anymore because what we've seen, if we think is bad, you don't know what our forefathers went through. You don't know. It was worse. They were enslaved. There were people that were enslaved, taken overseas. People were just being all over the place. And what could be coming in the future could be far worse. Because then they had to come one-on-one. Now they have all kinds of technologies at their disposal. They don't probably even need to come here if they don't want to, because they have the robots to do the jobs. This is a world we live in. The sun that hits us every day is the one that hits them. They are not special. We should do better for ourselves. I say this. We really need to do better for ourselves. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. Well put. So the passion and the words. So that is it. So there's no faking it with to Niger. You know, the real existential threat is what is warning you too. They are coming. They are coming. This is what it's saying. They are coming. So fire on the mountain, run, run, run. But the man with the dictionary, he'll plot us through our escape route. The final word from Aizon.
Oh, you're laughing. Thank you so much.
I have my helmet on. Oh, I have my helmet on and my dictionary. And my dictionary. I got my helmet and dictionary.
No big words. No big words. No, but one man. Thank you so much. for allowing me to talk on your platform. Ajane Koko, thank you for being a truth teller. Even though I don't agree with everything you say, there's validity behind what you say and you mean it, and I can respect that. To Naija, everything you said, whether you believe it or not, if you're still listening, I agree with you. I think what we disagree on is semantics. What needs to come first, the cart or the horse? But it's not a problem. And I think that is the central point. We can disagree without being disagreeable. I think that is a key point. And you can see the platform developing where people are disagreeing with merits, with facts. And kudos to One Man for holding us accountable to presenting facts and fact-checking some of the things we say, because this is important. The more we have dialogue on this platform, the better we will be in presenting our arguments to people that are not on this platform, if and when the time comes. But the truth about it is, everyone on this platform, when you listen to them speak, the one thing you cannot dispute is they want a better country. Whether it's Tinubu they support, or Atiku, or Peter Obi, they believe that the candidate they are getting behind will make the environment better. And that is something no one can argue with. You can't argue with that at all. So to everyone on the platform, I respect your points of view. I might not agree with them for one reason or the next, and we're all shaped by our experiences, whether it's in the UK, Canada, United States, Germany, Japan, wherever. So that is one of the key points I want to mention. Another thing is this. We, like Tunai just said, are facing an existential threat. Whether anyone likes it or not, we have to look at things for what they are. In the 21st century today, we have people, our fellow citizens, who have been displaced from their ancestral homes by people walking around with AK-47. And people don't know who these people are. They're going into their villages, they're maiming, killing people. People are walking into churches and shooting people. So we're facing unparalleled, unprecedented threats that we've never faced before. And our decision at this point is key to changing and creating a future of a country we can be proud of. So we have to really look at these things for what they are. I've said it, my first choice is Peter Obi, then the next will be Tinubu, then after that is Atiku. And I have my reasons and I voice them. Because I look at the scenario, I look at the landscape, and I'm like, look, we need someone that will come in and change things. And the thing with Tinubu is, I may not like who he is as a politician, but I know he's a Lagosian. I grew up in Lagos, so I know what that means. I know the people in his circle will look at him to make the environment better in accordance with the values that are being held in Lagos State. I may not like him, I might have to settle for him, but I know he's better than what we have now, which is pretty much an absence of an executive in office. So everyone, I say we continue to have this debate, we continue to challenge ourselves, we continue to push and try to figure out who the best candidates are, and we continue to influence people that are on ground in Nigeria that do have PVCs to vote, because all of us on this platform don't have PVCs. We cannot vote. All we can do is influence people and maybe try to raise money to support one candidate or the next. So kudos to everyone on the platform. Thank you so much for a healthy debate, for listening, sharing, debating. And thank you, One Man, for giving us the ability to do this. One Man came to Mo. The eagle has landed and it will continue. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. So One Man came to Mo, now One Man went to Mo. So this is the guy. Sapele Water has kicked in, the grammar is out of the way. So that was Aizo. Sorry, Aizo. But the final word to the mighty one, King of Boys, Ajane Koko, the King of Boys.
Emilokan.
Yeah, Emilokan.
Thank you, One Man. And let me thank everybody that came on the platform today. Your contributions are quite meaningful. You all did great. And I hope you will all come back tomorrow so that we can continue, fighting for the survival of our country. What we are doing there is we are really fighting. Yeah, we are fighting it hard, to get the country back on track. We are all looking for the right leadership, and I hope that when we get it right, we'll be able to figure out who is the right person that will do the right job for us. Those of us in diaspora have a lot of responsibility on our head in pushing our people back home to go for the right person that can do the job. We have one day is the wish of everybody, every one of us, to go back home, to go back to our ancestral homeland, where we'll live the rest of our life. But the way it is in Nigeria now, it's to Niger said that we are facing an existential threat. It is true. But the election of 2023 is an opportunity for us to do the right thing, vote for the right person that can put the country back on track. Everybody is selling his own candidate, who they like. I will continue to solicit support for my own candidate. My own candidate is a forthright leader, is a sacrificial leader, is a fearless leader, and is a person that have been fighting for the right of Nigerian people, irrespective of where you come from. He has received beating, jailed, molestation, and humiliation in the hand of the criminal administration that is running Nigeria today. My candidate is Omoyele Sowore. I see people around him all the time as people, age group of people that should govern that country. The young people, it's the time for young people to take over the governance of that nation. If young people don't get it right, to go for people like people of their age group to take over the leadership of that country, they will never get to that position of leadership. People that have been governing you are not courageous people. They are not courageous people. They don't carry out action with political will to effect change that will transform that country today and give and prepare a better country for the coming generation. It's time for us to think right, to get it right. It's not the time to start talking. Some people will say you're calling at Luther, he's calling at Luther, and because of that, chanting at Luther. What is Luther? How is Luther a problem to you? Is Luther a problem to you? You can call whatever you want to call. But I see him. Go to AAC website, check the program, check the manifesto, and you will know these guys have a great program, a great plan, and a great vision for that country. That's the person I'm selling to you. Other than that, let me thank every one of you that have been with us from the beginning to this time. Please like this session. If you have not done so, do it right now. God will bless you. Do it right now. Like, share, and subscribe if you have not subscribed. And those are the commentary section. I want to give a great thank to you as well. You are the strength of the platform. If not for you, we won't be coming back here, because you push it at your own session and we're pushing it in front of the camera. Let's continue to do it the best way we know to do it. And I will give great thanks all the time for my brother, Alessandra Gomez, the chairman, board of trustee. One man went to move. for his great leadership as well. And I thank Alessandra Akashi for all the time, what he's doing back there. I thank As Google, Jaja, Flash Mankind, and Ortiz. Thank you for your service for United States of America. And I thank every other person. If Irene, yeah, you've been there. I thank you as well for coming all the time. And I thank every other person for the good job you're doing back there. God will continue to bless you all. And to one man as well, the driver of the platform, the man that never fear, never afraid to call spade a spade. He push everybody hard to say it, to say your mind. People say their mind. And when you say anything wrong, he will fact check you and put it out there to your face that what you said is wrong and what you said is right. So that is the person that is leading a world-class platform. This is the best of the best platform. This is not the platform you come and just say anything you like and just get away. No, you're going to be fact-checked. I'm going to put it to you. He's going to put it to you right to your face. If you are lying, I give great thanks to him. Thank you, one man, the Eagle. I believe tomorrow you will come back and we'll join you all the time. We are with you. Thank you, the Eagle. Thank you, one man.
All right, thank you, Ajanle Koko. Ajanle Koko is going to give me a big head one of these days. I don't recognize this person that he often describes, but thank you, Ajanle Koko. So that's Ajanle Koko, just one of the stalwarts of the platform. So a lot of steady voices, and these voices come back because they have so much to share with you. So we all have to, because you have to know that nobody is aligned or nobody is allocated. And I think I barely have maybe about 3 numbers, maybe even 2 of the people that come on this platform, Engineer and Alexander Gomez. So it's not as though, we line it up. I literally just set it up, and then in the hope that somebody will chime with the noise that I'm making and come and say either shut up or I agree with you. So that's just how it works. It's just raw and organic, and this is what is evolving. And so it will rise or fall of its own speed, of its own steam. So if it's sufficient enough, good enough of a product, then it'll stand the test of the space. And if it's not, then it'll just naturally, dissipate. So that's just the nature of how it's going. And thankfully, it seems to be going relatively well. But we want that relative well to be something like phenomenal now. So a hard push in the direction of that phenomenal space. We want to really command space so that we can be impactful. That is really the wish of the platform, to command space so that we can be impactful, so that in the course of politicking, the political space knows that they have to come to a space like this, and almost certainly this space, in order for them to get that pass to achieve whatever it is. We want to influence the space. So all of these things, they say, oh, this NSAS just happened organically. They say, oh, this bit of movement, it's not happening organically. They say sudden wealth or overnight success. It usually involves 10 years working in the background. So that work in the background that then suddenly blossoms. Imagine then if we peak to where we should be, and then somebody says, oh, I never even knew them. It just suddenly happened. It didn't suddenly happen, no. This is the groundwork that builds it to that space. But for it to then suddenly happen is all in that like button. So do you see, it's just an organic thing that is just vested in the interest that wants to see it do well. And then that interest, of course, expressed in support with subscribe and like. So that is how it goes. Nothing complex or complicated. It's just people gathering, talking about important matters that affect very viscerally, very frontally on their lives. So this is what goes on here, and it goes on every single day. So if this is your diet, then make sure you are subscribed and make sure you've clicked on the like button as well. So that mission statement that I just free flowed, it can then be an actual statement of fact and achievement. So I'll leave it there. Carry the converson on with you in the comment section over here. I say. Peace.